Just waiting for a second. There are a few delegates who are waiting for the lift. It's a bit slow today, but DG is coming now. Naledi, are you here? My support team? Can you just check DG Vukela if he's sorted out with the arrival at the lift? The other side? DG, you can come this side. Delegates, if they can just take their seat, they'll register after the first session. If for now they can just take their seats. We are just about to sing the national anthem. Tabisan, if you can get your delegate to take a seat. Good morning to everybody. My name is Patrick Sokela from the Department of Public Service and Administration. I have the honor to start the program by indicating that in terms of the safety regulations, we've got the exit this side, and the bathrooms are this side as well, and there's also the exit this side. So if there is an emergency, there will be somebody waiting on that side to direct you to the spot outside the building. Similarly, there will be somebody who will be guiding you on this side in case of emergency. So those are the safety precautions in terms of the applicable statutes in case. But for now, we are starting the program. Excellencies, I will introduce you after the main program. But for now, I would like to invite our colleagues to start the program with the singing of the national anthem, which is going to be followed by the AU anthem. May we rise for the singing of those anthems. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Without further ado, I would like to invite my colleague from the TM School at UNISA, Professor Paswana, to welcome us and then invite the first speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, Inkosi Mzamo Buthelezi, Your Excellency, present here, in particular His Excellency Ambassador Fonseca Filho, Ambassador of Brazil in Pretoria, Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Magano, our keynote address speaker, Dr. Suleiman from Gift of the Givers. I'm also honored to recognize as well our program director, and thank you for inviting me to the stage, Dr. Sokela. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. And welcome to the University of the Land. Welcome to UNISA. We are really honored as UNISA this morning to host this 9th seminar of the research seminar of APAM here in South Africa, in collaboration with the Department of Public Service and Administration and the University of Pretoria, University of Stellenbosch, South African Association of Public Administration and Management, and the G20 South Africa under the theme State Resilience to Shocks and Disasters, the role of higher education and NGOs in strengthening state institutions. We are really honored, and I think we will know that we were here last year, the previous year, with the College of Economic and Management Sciences hosting the 8th seminar here. And we are really privileged to do this again as UNISA under this theme, which is so relevant and to the shifting geopolitical landscape. In this changing global order, I think to revisit state resilience to shocks and disaster, it's very, very important. When we speak of state resilience, we are referring to the ability of a state or a government to withstand, to absorb, to recover from internal and external shocks, stresses, and crisis. And it has many dimensions, as we all know what that means. And that will include economic resilience, will also include political resilience, will also include social resilience. And there are many factors that also influence this state resilience. You can think of institutions are very important. The strength of our institutions are very important in helping us to be resilient as well. Others would also argue that economic diversification is very, very important in this regard. Social cohesion also helps states to be resilient, and also internal cooperation, that is cooperation between partners who can provide support and resources. And I think in the current changing global order, we can see that our state as well has received many shocks since the beginning of this year. And I think it is upon us it will come out of the deliberations this afternoon whether we are a resilient state. We have seen last week our president was on stage in the Oval Chambers, and we all know what happened there. We have seen it. And that also speaks to how, as a state, we are going to absorb these shocks and these stresses that we find ourselves in. And, sometimes state resilience is also beneficial because in many cases it leads to stability and security within a state. It can also lead to economic growth and also to the well-being of citizens. And I think we care more about the well-being of citizens because everything, whether the economy is growing, all of these things, as a result, they lead to our citizens being well at the end. And this global uncertainty that we are facing, such as economic volatility, climate change, pandemics, as we have seen during the COVID-19, are some of the challenges that can come, some of the aspects that can challenge state resilience. Internal pressures as well, things like corruption, unrest, governance challenges. They are also some of the challenges that causes the state not to be resilient. We also can experience external threats, which we see that it can come from many ways. Terrorism, conflicts, all of those cyber attacks can also be some of the challenges to this. But we also believe that many of these will come from the discussions that are going to come today. So as the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, we are very privileged to have you here at UNISA this afternoon. We will have scholars that are going to debate and present on these issues, taking us through their research papers where they will be able to show us the research that they have done thus far. We just came as a school from Tanzania as well. During the past week, we spent time holding a series of events in a bilateral form between South Africa and Tanzania with regard to reigniting the African Renaissance. And the Africa Day for this year was held there. And we were at a state that is also experiencing certain stresses and shocks. The tension was very deep. You could touch it with your own hands. And I think to come back home yesterday to arrive at a seminar that is going to deal with some of these issues that we were witnessing, and we are also witnessing as South Africa, is very important. As we know, APAM is for all Africa, And I think I'm hoping even the papers will not just be South African papers. It should be papers that are going to encompass the whole continent. And I wish all the speakers, the presenters this afternoon, the best in their presentation. And without wasting any time, I'm going to invite our acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Magano, who is the Vice Principal. His substantive position is the Vice Principal for Institutional Advancement here at UNISA. And he's also the former Dean of the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. Professor Magano is a scholar of note in his own right, and will be doing the welcoming remarks on behalf of Professor Puleng Lenkabula, our Vice Chancellor. Over to you, Prof. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
To Dr. Sokela and Professor Edith Paswani, let me appreciate you for the opportunity that you have given me to Inkosi Mzamo Buthelezi, the Minister of Public Services and Administration, Me Pinky Kekana, Deputy Minister of Public Service and Administration, Professor George Scott, African Association of Public Administration and Management, the Secretary thereof, and Dave Vukela, Acting Director, General Department of Public Service and Administration, Dr. Imtiaz Sulman, a popular figure on our television screens, and we wanted to appreciate the phenomenal work that you do for our country and the continent as a whole. It is quite phenomenal. Excellency Ilya Rugashev, Ambassador of Russia, Excellency Ambassador Shen Xiandong, Ambassador of the People's Republic of China, Excellency Ambassador Mr. B. Fonseca Filo, Ambassador of Brazil, Excellency Ambassador Marie Antoinette Rose Quete, APRM Continental Secretariat, Professor Deresh Ramjugenath, Rector and Principal of the University of Stellenbosch, and many, many congratulations, Prof, for your appointment as Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of Stellenbosch. Professor Kotatso Shai, President of South African Association of Public Administration and Management, and Professor Edith Paswani, the Acting Dean of the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. Also to be recognized is Professor John Molepo, the Executive Director of the South African Association of Public Administration and Management. In the event I have inadvertently omitted to recognize any of the dignitaries at this stage, I do apologize for this shortfall, and I believe that we will have a way to amend during the course of the proceedings. My forebears would have observed when they said, Saho Lamoing Lebewaki Munghai. In other words, it is the responsibility of the host to dictate the seating arrangement. Now, this morning, the host, that is Munghai, is not around. And nonetheless, she has actually instructed me to extend her warm welcome words to all of you. It is indeed with absolute delight to once again welcome the African Association of Public Administration and Management, the Department of Public Service and Administration, the University of Pretoria, which is my alma mater, and the University of Stellenbosch, who are partnering with the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs in many of these social events. This partnership that I have just alluded to has hosted the annual Association of African Public Administration seminar in this very venue in the past. Hosting this seminar for 2 consecutive years at UNISA is indicative of the strength and the depth of our relationship, which will be nourished in the 3 days that we are spending together sharing ideas about important challenges facing our beloved continent. This seminar series takes place just 2 days after UNISA, jointly with the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, the government of Tanzania, the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation, and Uyongozi Institute successfully hosted the Thabo Mbeki African Day Lecture in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, as Professor Paswane would have indicated earlier. The Thabo Mbeki African Day Lecture has become an important calendar event for UNISA and South Africans at large. The lecture was hosted for the first time outside South Africa in 2023, and Guinea-Conakry was the host country. The idea behind the hosting of the lecture is that it will rotate amongst African countries to maximize the Pan-African orientation and focus. Who knows, the next destination of the lecture could be one of your countries of origin. The lecture and the related events in Tanzania reminded us of the challenges which Africa is currently facing. These challenges include, among others, leadership, governance, poverty, the inability of the Africans to be self-sufficient, and the effectiveness of regional organizations such as the African Union and the African Peer Review Mechanism. These challenges and many more that Africans are contending and wrestling with daily call for the African Association of Public Administration and Management, the mother body of all national associations such as the South African Association of Public Administration and Management, to seek lasting solutions in all spheres of life. The University of South Africa is ready to collaborate in the quest for solutions which will move Africa forward politically, economically, and socially. UNISA prides itself as a true African university which has a footprint in most African states and the world over. UNISA celebrated 150 years of existence in 2023, and as a university, we are growing stronger beyond the 150 years that we celebrated. Our African footprint and the establishment of the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, with a primary focus on Africa makes UNISA the ideal partner for this seminar with the theme State Resilience to Shocks and Disasters, the Role of Higher Education and Non-Governmental Organizations in Strengthening State Institutions. The theme of the seminar reminds us of the mayhem brought by the COVID-19 pandemic in the recent past. African countries, unfortunately enough, were reduced to beg us for vaccines and related medical necessities. As if this was not enough, African countries continue to suffer the repercussions of the shifting geopolitics and tariff wars. The question that this seminar must answer is therefore, when is Africa going to be ready? My own answer is that we should have been ready by yesterday. Solutions to urgent needs such as poverty, crime, and underdevelopment cannot wait any longer. In response to the urgent needs and challenges, UNISA has also instituted the 10 catalytic niche areas which are aimed at making a difference in Africa and the world as a whole. These include marine and oceanographic studies, aviation and aeronautical studies, automotive studies, energy studies, space studies and square kilometer array, the fourth industrial revolution and digitalization, biotechnological studies, health and pharmaceutical studies, feminist humanist Bosadi theorizations, and student support and co-curricular activities. Of these 10 catalytic niche areas, the Thabo Mbeki School that is hosting you is engaged in the fourth industrial revolution, marine studies, as well as blue economy, and the woman Bosadi theorization niche areas. These are 3 areas where the university is expecting the school to partner with you and African universities in research, academic programs, and the hosting of distinguished scholars. The African Association of Public Administration's focus is well represented at UNISA. Public administration is a field of study, as a field of study is represented in 2 colleges, which include the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, where it is anchored in the study of government affairs, and the College of Economic and Management Sciences. The TM School will be hosting its 2nd International Biennial Conference in 2026. We believe that conferences, seminars, and interactions should generate new innovative ideas and contribute to a prosperous Africa. The next disaster, if it happens, must find us ready. I wish you well in the next 2 days of your engagement. And ladies and gentlemen, as Professor Paswani indicated, my forebears also, in their wisdom, indicated that tiro hadilatsane, meaning that in an ordinary day such as this, there will be a multiplicity of activities and functions, which should actually, all of them, happen seamlessly, and they should not obliterate one another. So in the event I escape from these proceedings, please do know that I'm going to attend to other activities of the day. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the introduction and welcome. It's appreciated. Let's give him another round of applause. Without further ado, colleagues, Excellencies, let me take this opportunity to invite our Minister, Inkosi Buthelezi, to give his welcome remarks. Thank you very much.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu, Dr. Sokele. Sanibonani. I think today I'm the most fortunate person. I remember last year I was helping my young daughter with her homework. We had a serious argument because all I was trying to say she would just tell me, that's nonsense, that's not what my teacher told me. I then understood the profound influence of teachers to our kids. So I learned, therefore, that whether it's a teacher, a lecturer, a professor, you dare not come any closer to that space. So I thank you, Prof, for establishing the protocol, which has made things much easier for me. I will simply stand on that protocol. And greetings to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. In my capacity as the Minister of Public Service Administration, I'm delighted to stand before you today as we gather for the 9th edition research seminar on Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and African Union Agenda 2063, taking place at the University of South Africa. To all of our visitors coming from more than 15 countries and 2 continents, we welcome you with open arms. As you set your foot on our rich soil, we invite you to immerse yourselves in the beauty and diversity that defines our beloved nation. Allow me to sincerely thank the management of the University of South Africa for offering their state-of-art facilities to be used for this important seminar. It's an honor to be under the roof of this university to address such an eminent audience composed of individuals who are deeply committed to the advancement of Africa's future. We are gathered here, colleagues, under the auspices of African Association for Public Administration and Management, APAM, in collaboration with the Department of Public Service Administration and the Thabo Mbeki School of Public and International Affairs at UNISA, to explore a critical topic that holds immense significance for our continent's progress. The theme of this seminar we are gathered under speaks directly to the heart of Africa's agenda. Quote unquote, state resilient to shocks and disaster, the role of higher education and non-governmental organizations in strengthening state institutions. This theme reflects our collective commitment to building capable, ethical, and developmental institutions, which are foundations upon which a resilient and prosperous Africa must be built. As we start this important discourse, it's crucial that we recognize the challenges that lies before us. Our continent, like the rest of the world, is confronted with numerous challenges, both natural and man-made, challenges that threaten to undermine the progress towards achieving the SDGs 2030 and the AU Agenda 2063. The after effect of COVID-19 pandemic, the accelerating impact of climate change, ongoing conflicts, and deepening socio-economic disparities all demands our immediate attention and concerted effort to overcome. In the face of these challenges, sustainable strengthening of capacity and capabilities of our institutions to effectively respond to these challenges has emerged as a crucial pillar of our collective response. Central to our effort to respond to such challenges is harnessing the role of higher education and non-governmental organizations as one of the key interventions in enhancing our capacity of state resilience and to forge a path towards a brighter future for Africa. By leveraging knowledge, skills, and talent of our partners in the academic institutions, non-government organizations in general, we can ensure that our governments, institutions, and societies remain resilient, agile, and capable of addressing the complex challenges that lies ahead of us. Moreover, sustainable partnership between government and higher education and NGOs can be instrumental in building and enhancing resilient states across Africa. In the context of Africa, where the continent faces various challenges and crises, including economic, social, and environmental issues as mentioned earlier, we must prioritize investment in the development and retention of skilled and talented individuals. This is how we will cultivate a capable and responsive workforce, one that can adapt to changes and lead effective response during times of crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, equally important is the development of strong leadership. Developing leadership capacities is crucial for effective anchoring of state resilience. Strong leadership plays a pivotal role in guiding the response to crisis, driving strategic decision-making, and mobilizing resources to build resilience. It is true that resilient institutions are anchored in visionary, ethical, and responsive leadership. Building leadership capacity, therefore, in areas such as crisis management, strategic foresight, and ethical governance is paramount, because with such leaders at the helm, our state will be better equipped to withstand challenges and be able to deliver inclusive growth. Another imperative for resilience is embracing the fourth industrial revolution. By leveraging emerging technologies and embracing digital transformation, African nations can enhance public service delivery, disaster preparedness, and institutional efficiencies. To enable us to realize this ambition is through establishing robust digital infrastructure as enablers to achieving state resilience and sustainability. This requires leveraging emerging technologies and digital transformation, including the establishment of robust digital infrastructure and ensuring widespread connectivity to enable the adoption of the fourth industrial revolution technologies. As I conclude, colleagues, allow me to mention the critical importance of strengthening human resource management at local and regional levels. It should remain our priority in our agenda as our success in these programs rather depends significantly on the caliber of individuals who are entrusted to lead and to implement them. I'm therefore confident that this seminar offers a valuable platform for encouraging the kind of partnership that supports government and the efforts both locally and in the continent. It is also especially fitting that we gather at this time when we celebrate the 22nd anniversary of African Peer Review Mechanism, which is an African mechanism promoting good governance and accountability. So as a Minister of Public Service and Administration in South Africa, I am committed to supporting initiatives that strengthen sustainable development and institutional capacity. Under the leadership of our President, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, we are focused on creating an enabling environment that empowers our workforce, promotes meritocracy, and embraces diversity. We recognize that investing in the well-being and development of our public servants is crucial for effective service delivery and attainment of our national and continental goals. Our commitment as government extends to creating a positive working environment, ensuring fair compensation, promoting employee well-being, and providing opportunities for growth and professional development. In conclusion, I'm confident also that this seminar and its outcomes will serve as a catalyst for innovative ideas, partnerships, and impactful collaboration, and strengthen partnerships that advance our collective resolve to enhance state resilience across Africa. Together, we can create a future where our institutions are resilient in times of crisis, where our workforce is empowered, and where our people thrive, and ultimately contribute towards the achievement of Africa We Want aspirations as expressed in Africa Union Agenda 2063. I wish you all a productive and insightful seminar, and let's seize this opportunity to make a meaningful difference and ensure that Africa remain at the forefront of sustainable development and resilience. May God bless Africa. Thank you.
Excellencies, colleagues, let's give him another round of applause. Thank you very much, Shenge. My suggestion is that communications, if you can just take a photo for this table, this side, before the minister is to rush to the airport. Shenge, thank you very much. I think I have to release you because of your pending commitments. Thank you very much. It's appreciated. Thank you very much. DG. Okay. The Minister is having another plan. So thank you very much, Minister, for sacrificing the next appointment. And without further ado, colleagues, I would like to invite our keynote speaker, who is none other than Dr. Imtiaz Sooliman, who is the founder of the Gift of the Givers. Most of us are familiar with him, so I don't think he needs any further introduction. It's an honor for us as well that from the day that we approached you, you kept in touch and you honored your commitment. And I would like to welcome you to the floor on behalf of the delegates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sokela, Minister, ambassadors, people from the university, Stellenbosch, VC, Dinesh, and everybody else here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you, and thank you for the comments from the people before me. When we speak about disasters, we talk about NGO support for government, but I want to speak about something before that. Many years ago, I was in Malawi in the business lounge in the airport, and the ex-Malawi ambassador to the United Nations was talking to me. We got an office in Malawi from 2004. And he said, my friend, I'd like to tell you a story. He said, you were probably very young at that stage when this happened. He said, we were in a conference in Europe. All countries were represented. Africa didn't have big representation. We had a small number of delegates at the conference, and it took place over 3 days. At the end of the 3 days, we realized that the word Africa, or the name of an African country, was not mentioned once in the entire conference. So we were a bit shy, but on the last night we got the courage to ask the question as to why, is there any reason why Africa was not mentioned or one of our countries was not mentioned? He said, you won't believe the answer we got. The convener of the conference told him, Africa is not relevant. We have NEPAD, African Union, ECOWAS, SADC. Are we making our continent relevant? I'm a very blunt guy, sorry. Right? We need to stand up for true leadership, and we need to be independent of outside influences outside our continent telling us what to do. And that can only come from true leadership, and we stand out strongly. The youth, the NGOs, the people of the countries need to stand up. We're not going to be dictated by any state in this world to tell us what to do. As NGOs, you've got a role to play. Unfortunately for governments throughout the continent, many of you think you're the be-all and the end-all. The country does not belong to you. A message to all governments, the country does not belong to you. The country belongs to the people of that country. We're all in this together. It's our country. We fight together. We develop together. We organize together. The continent is ours. We've got 55 nation states, and we need to start that leadership of working together. We have enough resources. I don't understand how we can have poverty, how we can have disease, how we can have lack of water, how we can have lack of development. We need to make sure that we start talking to each other and don't have outside influences telling us what to do. That's the beginning of dealing with disasters in a strong way. I'll come to the South African situation. You see, our advantage is we've got a very good relationship with government. Unfortunately, within government, you have civil servants who are very egoistic, and they can interrupt the process of working on the ground. Fortunately, we've broken that. And we find, unofficially, Gift of the Givers is the official response for disasters in South Africa and outside South Africa. We have the full backing of the President, the International Relations Minister, all other departments, the DGs, Parliament, all of us, all of them. Without fail, without exception, whether it's the Western Cape, whether it's Gauteng or KZN or any other province in this country, when the disaster strikes, whether it's fire, tornado, flood, storm, we're the first people called by government, by the councillors, by the mayors, by the community, and by the media. And we've developed a phenomenal relationship of working together as one people, not government on one side and NGOs on the other side. There is no separation. We are one. It's our people are suffering. Whether it's the government X or the NGO X, it's our people on the ground. The people on the ground could be your child, your grandmother, your auntie, your sister. We need to understand that. There is no them in us. And because of this process, we've done lots of things together in the country and outside the country. I'll give you a few examples so you understand the quality of working together. One was COVID. Again with COVID, we have this bureaucratic kind of mentality. We started intervening in the hospitals in Gauteng, and somebody calls us from the Gauteng Department of Health and says, we need an MOU. I'm a very blunt guy. I said, you want to live or you want to die? Simple question. Don't waste my time. And he said, sorry, I won't interfere with you. We intervened in 210 hospitals in the country. We took in PPEs, scrubs, surgical gowns, thermometers, pulse oximeters. We took in food for the patients, linen. We took in gifts to motivate the healthcare workers because they were distraught. They emotionally and psychologically, they were totally destroyed for the amount of people dying in front of them. We took in oxygen. We took in high-flow nasal oxygen machines to various parts of the country to help save lives. Our real lifeguard were the healthcare workers. Doctors are very bad at administration, I must tell you this. Very bad at management. But when it came to COVID, they thought on their feet. They had to act. Stop all theater. Take out all equipment from the theater. Move the stuff around. Put oxygen points on the beds. Try to save life. And the doctors, the nurses, the clerk, the porter, everybody in this country stood out unique in the way they operated. It was no more them and us. It was no government and non-government. It was people of South Africa. Even the corporates, I take my hand out to them. For the first time they said, don't worry about a PBO tax certificate. Don't worry about media coverage. Don't worry about anything else. Just tell us how much you need and what you need. We need to save our country. When you have that kind of attitude, no nation will collapse. It shouldn't die in COVID. It should continue beyond COVID. We set up dedicated, gifts to the givers, set up a dedicated COVID center in Indonesia in a hall. The community came together and gave us a hall. Our doctors, from public and private, went and manned that station. We didn't lose a single patient in that hall. We set up infrastructure at hospitals. I was very irritated in Makanda, formerly known as Grahamstown, Settlers Hospital. When I walked in, the CEO was all ruffled. I said, madam, what's wrong? She said, we've got a case crisis here, but you see this ward, the high care ward, it's locked. I said, why? Because we had a fallout with a private hospital that invested in this ward and they put a big lock around it. I said, people are dying. Is this what ethics in medicine is all about? She says, I'm sorry, we can't do anything. I said, bring me the key. I opened the lock, went inside. Oxygen lines were pulled off from the ceiling. Ventilators were destroyed. Do civilized people behave like this? I said, madam, repair this. The usual answer from government, it's not in this year's budget. We understand there's a budgetary constraint right now. We need to understand it in context. Yes, corruption is a problem, Minister. I'm not going to hide about that. We have to be blunt, right? Wasting of resources is another issue. But also, there's crooks in the corporate world. They overinflate prices to government. We were given money for AstroTurfs in Northwest. The MEC says, thank you very much. You got 10 million. At least you'll get one AstroTurf. I said, madam, what are you talking about? She said, 8 million and you get one AstroTurf. I said, no, we get 10. She said, that's not what I was quoted. I was quoted 8 million rand for one AstroTurf, when you can get it for 850,000. Corporates say government's corrupt. Government's not corrupt. There's corrupt people in government. It's very different. I can say corporates are corrupt too, because there's corrupt people in the corporate world too. We need to iron out all these things in the interest of the people of our country. So we went to Settlers. And I walked in, I said, madam, can I fix this? She said, yes. No MOU, no signature, nothing writing, I got no time to waste. Life and death, we got to save. In 48 hours, a facility that was shut down for over 2 years became a 30-bed high care facility for the sake of COVID. All the people from Makanda started going to a public hospital. It can be done, it should be done. And then, of course, the government of South Africa had a brainwave. May 2020, Ibrahim Patel, then Minister of Trade and Industry, calls the SK Telescope people and says, we can't get equipment from China. I don't have the ambassadors here. We can't get equipment from China because they're absorbing everything themselves. The problem started there. The Canadians, the Europeans, the Americans are taking everything from China, so Africa is at the bottom of the pot. We're not going to get anything. Let's do it ourselves. Let's produce our own oxygen machines. So the scientists got together, 99 of them, prepared the different types of drugs, and they designed the CPAP machine. An oxygen machine, absolutely brilliant. A CSIR, our own institution, manufactured it. Solidarity Fund paid for it. And SAPRA, our health authority, approved it for use in South Africa, for COVID only. 20,000 machines at the cost of 12,500 rand. Good price, 250 million. Well worth it. There was one problem. The professor from Grahamstown calls me and says, we've got a crisis. We can't put the machines in the hospital. So I said, what do you mean? You've got no transport? You spent 250 million and you've got no transport. What kind of logic is this? He said, no, it's not a transport issue. It's a bureaucratic issue. We are being blocked by somebody in the National Department of Health who don't want these machines to go into the hospitals because you're not getting under the table something. I said, who the hell is he? Give me the machines. Where are they? I was in Tygerberg Hospital. As I walked in, they told me the patients are dropping one way. It was the happy hypoxic stage. You smile 1 minute and you drop dead the next minute. It was happening in the Eastern Cape. It was happening in Gauteng. It was happening in Western Cape and KZN. They walk in, they die in the car park, in the ambulance, in the casualty, in the house, in the taxi, in the wards. They were dying like flies, smiling and dropping dead. We need oxygen machines. The government made a phenomenal development. High-flow nasal oxygen machines that cost a fortune that come from China and eat 80 to 120 liters of oxygen per minute. You have to put those big oxygen machines and they deplete quickly. Our intervention was 30 liters per minute. Does exactly the same job. You don't need an ICU. You plug it at the head of the patient. And that's what we did. And we called all the private hospitals and we said, we'll give you the machine free of charge. You be ethical and see what you want to charge the patient. And all the live hospitals took it. A government invention, the private hospitals took it. It was not about government, about corporate, about private, about public sector. It was about saving lives as South Africans. And we did it together. So I took the machines. I said, where's it? They said in Cape Town. I said, I'm in Tygerberg. Send it to me right now. I gave it to the doctors in the COVID ward. They phoned me 2 hours later. They said, where you got this from? I said, from South Africa. We did it ourselves, our government. They said, you just saved a whole lot of lives. I went to Khayelitsha Hospital. I did the same thing. He called me 2 hours later, same thing. Where did you get this from? I said, our government made it. He said, wow, we just saved a whole lot of lives. We had every hospital in our chat group. We put on the chat group, CEOs, who wants a machine? The entire Eastern Cape. All the CEOs said the message, we want it urgently and desperately. I didn't ask for the permission from national government. I didn't ask provincial government. I didn't ask anybody. I just told my guys, fill the trucks and let's go. In 48 hours, we delivered 900 CPAP machines to the whole of Eastern Cape, to all the hospitals. Monday morning, the CEO of Kala Hospital calls. You see, our health workers are phenomenal. He waited for the machine himself. All the CEOs waited for the machines themselves till 1 o'clock in the morning. They didn't wait for the clerk or the junior doctor or an intern or the medical officer. The CEOs themselves waited for the machines. And they took it to the patients, put it on, and Monday morning, the CEO of Kala Hospital calls. And he says, today I'm laughing. So I said, who laughs in COVID? He said, I'm laughing today. I said, why? He said, every week, every weekend, on Monday, it's Morbid Monday. Because we count all the people who died in the weekend that we couldn't save. For the first time in COVID, nobody died. Thank you for the machine. I'm just going to give you one more example to show when there is no bureaucracy, when there is no ego, when you do things together as a country, you can make a huge difference. And the government looks good, Minister. The government looks good when you work together with the people and make things happen. So I'll give you another example in the Western Cape. 2 years ago, there was massive floods. A place called Citrusdal got cut off. Nobody could get in. Helicopters couldn't fly. Boats couldn't go. Bridge was broken. The rain was too strong. Rich people had no access to food. It affected rich and poor and government and municipality and everybody alike. There was no access. Even ATMs had no money. You couldn't buy with all the money in your account. Nothing. Nobody could get inside there. We went to the area. It was a great day. Provincial government, national government in all different political parties, obviously, and municipal, local government, councillors, mayors, ministers, DGs, pilots, firefighters, disaster management personnel, search and rescue, paramedics, farmers, doctors, my teams, all mixed. Went to the bridge. Engineers came. They said, this bridge we can't cross. Pilot, no, we can't fly. What do we do? One of my team member got a brainwave. He asked the farmers, he said, is there no other farm that crosses a bridge somewhere in other part of this place? He said, yes, 20 or 30 kilometers away. We go. All of us, Convoy, SAPS, SANDF, everybody in Convoy. Not government, not corporate, South Africans. These are all South Africans together. The labels are off now. No branding. South Africa's only branding. We go to the bridge. The engineers look at it. Maybe. Not very assuring. Maybe. So we have to ask our truck driver. The guy who's going to take the risk is my truck driver. We don't force him. He says, yes, I'll do it. The divers say, it's not very reassuring, but we'll wait in the water. In the event you fall in, we'll take you out. In spite of that, the truck driver does it. He drives through, and the bridge holds. And the second truck drives through, and the bridge holds. And thereafter, the SAPS and the Bakkies, everybody going. The impact was when we reached Trusdal. The entire community exploded with jubilation. Food, water, hygiene, medical supplies were brought, which money couldn't buy because they were cut off. To me, the greatest victory was that we worked together as South Africans. A German investor in Sabeja last year told me, you South Africans are crazy people. So I said, why? He said, you guys fight about every issue. But when there's an important issue, I've never seen a nation on earth that unites like you guys do. And that's a fact. For every crazy thing, we do stand together and we leave out the issues. The final point, since we're talking about Africa, when Cyclone Idai hit in 2019, we're one of the first teams in the world that responded. We're the only team in the world that had communication, jet skis, boats, 4x4s, medical specialists, paramedics, search and rescue teams, medical teams, tents, blankets, and medicine. And we're the only team in the world that had 5 helicopters. The government didn't have helicopters. The UN didn't have 5 helicopters. We had 5 helicopters. And we flew the South African flag. We worked in Mozambique. In Malawi, the government called us. My teams were on the Malawi helicopters. They're very, very efficient there. The Malawi government put the defense force and our teams went with them to all the areas. The Zimbabwe government called us. They wanted search and rescue teams and they wanted dog handlers and dogs to find bodies that had disappeared for recovery and closure. And our teams responded with dogs, and we took the SAPS with us. The final point is, when we go into national disasters, we don't take the private sector. We take people who work in the government sector, the search and rescue personnel, the dog handlers, the dogs, because we want to strengthen our capability as a country to do things together. And I'm going to give you this example. When we landed in Turkey, when the earthquake hit on 6 February 2023, 172 countries responded. We were one of the first. We got there, there were 300 teams waiting on standby. In a disaster, you don't instruct the government where you want to go. You politely say, where do you want me to go? You know you're in trouble. We're here to help politely. But humility, no arrogance, no ego. 12 teams got selected to go to Hatay, the city I was in 3 months previously. The city was flattened 99% to the ground. 2 Chinese government teams, 2 Turkey government teams, Italian government team, Jordanian government team, Saudi team, Omani team, Croatia, Serbia, Bosnia, and Gift of the Givers. Only 12 teams were selected to go there. We're the only team in the world that had 5 dogs. No other nation in the world had 5 dogs. On day 8, what our staff and handlers, our dogs say, go there. 13 February 2023, our dog said, go there. On day 8, we pulled out a 94-year-old grandmother alive in a 12-story pancake building. Our government, our dog handlers, our dogs, our personnel put it alive. For that, the Turkish president gave Brigadier Bumla Mudli the head of the South African Dog Unit, a presidential order in recognition of the SAPS and South Africa. When you work together, great things can be done. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, Dr. Suleiman, thank you very much. We are a national asset, we are a continental asset. We are the asset for the whole world. So I can't let you go without asking the audience to pose 2 or 3 questions. And I'll open for 2 or 3 questions. And I would like to give the first question to the minister before he leaves. Are you okay, Minister? But rest assured, Minister, is the asset that you are going to secure for your deployment as well. Thank you very much. Colleagues, can I take the first question? Question for Dr. Suleiman? Let's start there. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Edwin Ijon, I'm a researcher. I'm seeing you for the first time today. You have been, it's not a question, it's just to encourage you to continue to do what you are doing. You are a pride for all Africans, and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. Ijeoma. Next one.
This side.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Richard Fadia from Ghana. In your speech, you said there were items to be delivered and one public officer was not with him because something didn't go under the table. How did you do it to discover that? And then within the 48 hours that you said, all these items got distributed. What were the strangers that you knew that got you to do this for us? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We know the crisis in the health department. We know the kind of dishonesty that takes place. It's not new to us. And the people on the ground knew what takes place. It's something, it's known in the system. I just don't ask questions, and nobody will take me on in this country, to be honest. Because the entire media is with me, the entire country is with me. If you start something, you destroy it. They'll totally destroy you. So I use my reputation and the fact that we deliver to get things done. And I knew if I move it, let me tell you something. The government calls me to tell me to break their rules because they can't get it done. It's as simple as that, because I don't follow any rules.
Thank you very much. If there are no further, there's another hand. Professor Chioyo, I recognize you. Let's start with Prof. Let's start. The mic is close to you. You can start.
Thank you very much for the very lovely speech. I almost cried. My name is Safaza Luke Pegashani. Not many of us can give you money, but I was just wanting to find out what we can do if we cannot give you money. What can I do other than money that I want to contribute to this type of cause? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get the last one. Professor Chioyo, that's the last one so that you can respond to both of them. Thank you.
Good morning, Doc. Thank you for a good presentation. Mine is just to ask how you could advise the government to streamline processes so that NGOs, not only the gift of givers, can play the role they're supposed to play in service delivery. I'll give a small example. When the flooding happened, my church, for example, contributed with good medication and things to send to gift of givers over the weekend. They didn't need, you didn't need the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal to deliver all those services. If we had to wait for the government to function, we had to wait for Monday. But Gift of Givers was working over the weekend to make sure that service delivery reaches the people. What I'm trying just to say, what can you advise the government to streamline the processes and to open doors for NGOs broadly to play the role they have to play in supporting government actions? Thank you.
Fine. Your question, I don't need money. I need mindset change. I need us to talk to our governments, to our people, to say Africa is independent. And the moment we do that, we will stand on our own feet. I really don't need the money. I need to change the minds of our entire continent. I advise the government all the time. When the Minister of Social Development asked me 2 years ago to come and talk to her, and she asked me, can you give me an explanation of our disaster intervention in the country? I said, do you really want to know? She said, yes. I said, your disaster management is a total disaster. But she agreed, and I told her why. To her credit, she said, how do we fix the system? When I gave them advice, it's not completely fulfilled. That's one aspect. When KZN had the floods happen, the disaster center of KZN is behind my warehouse in Pietermaritzburg. The moment I walked in, they told me, take over, and we will work with you. No ego, they worked with us. In the Valley of Thousand Hills, food had not reached people over 5 days. All the roads, the boulders fell and blocked all the roads, and you couldn't go in. I made a call to the helicopter center, and they said a decision was taken now that we're not moving any food, we're moving helicopters to find deceased people. I said, are you guys feeling well? You're going to allow more people to die while you're finding dead people. It makes more sense to look for live people first and then find the deceased people. I said, it sounds very cold, but you got to save life. He said, we can't do this. I phoned General Mokonazi, KZN Police Commissioner. I said, General, I need a helicopter in the air in the next 5 minutes. And the next 5 minutes, that helicopter was in the air. It came to Maritzburg, we loaded the goods, and from there we took it across into a Valley of Thousand Hills. We had very good cooperation. Government guys, there's a lot of guys from ministerial level, DG level, who want to do the right things. But you have obstruction from those lower down who can't do the job properly. Ego is a big issue. I shouldn't be saying this, it's very, very private, it will be announced soon, but the President has invited me to serve on Eminent Persons Group to lead the National Dialogue, to be one of the members of the National Dialogue, where all these things can then be spoke about and discussed to take it forward in every sector, whether it's health, education, disaster management, and everything. So the country is going the right way. The fact that the President and the ministers have come up with this idea that we prepare to listen to the country is a huge step forward to make things happen the right way. So your questions at some point should be answered. Thank you. One more, yeah.
That's the last question.
Mike?
Thank you, Dr. Solomon, and I think you deserve your flowers while you're still alive. I think indeed you are a national asset, and we are very grateful to have you staying in the global south, coming from the global south, and able to help the world in the manner that you do. This morning, as I was driving here, I came back, as I say, from Tanzania on Sunday, and I arrived here. My aunt was in hospital in Limpopo. And I called her to just find out how she's doing, because she's been admitted for a week. She says she's bathing with cold water. She is very cold. She's asking us to say, call my daughter to come and take me. I am very cold, and we're bathing with cold water. And I tried to find someone in the hospital. I am struggling to find the manager of the hospital in this situation. I just want to know, what should a person like me do in this kind of a situation, because I am really frustrated that I'm being sent to this one and this one, and I want to find out. And the nurse that I spoke to said to me, Mama, there's nothing I can do. It's not only your aunt who's bathing with cold water in this hospital. Everyone else is like this. The ceilings are falling on them while they're sleeping here. I don't know what to do. It sounds like we ordinary people, maybe I'm speaking because I have the privilege of being here today, but I know that many out in that particular area of Makha, the CBDL, are in trouble. So what can people do?
The whole country is in trouble in terms of the health system. And that's the first thing we want to discuss on that group. Health wasn't very high in the corporate sector. We managed to bring it to number one. And we've got companies to invest in fixing the systems in the country. We can't fix everything at the same time. There's too much to do. We just upgraded the liver unit at Groote Schuur Hospital. And that's the second unit in the country. At Donald Gordon is the first one. But the one in Groote Schuur sees patients and trains people that come from all over Africa. We've upgraded several hospitals in the country, putting boreholes, infrastructure, equipment. We have there's 5 critical components to run a health service. Management, which is a disaster in most hospitals. Maintenance, which nobody does. That's why they were looking like that. Thirdly, equipment and supplies, which we don't have. Fourth is staff. There's a shortage of registrars, nurses. And fifth, upgrading infrastructure. You to fix the health system, you've got to fix these 5 things. We are targeting the various aspects. People come forward to help. But as a country, if we get together, ordinary people, corporates, workers, we create a fund to put as much money as possible in to fund the upgrades in different hospitals. If each town takes responsibility, Polokwane takes parts of Limpopo, Mokopane does something in all different cities. If the citizens come together, we can upgrade infrastructure, not completely, but to an extent. And this is what government needs to look at together. Right now, the budgetary constraints, education wants money, health wants money, SCPCS wants money. We don't have the leeway. We only got 7.4 million taxpayers, and there's 65 million people who need help. COVID ate a lot of our budget. The unrest case at 50 billion. The floods in 2022 add up another 50 billion or more. So you can't generate so much of money. And then, of course, the rand-dollar exchange, the problems with the global disorder. It's all those kind of it has created problems for us. But we will come out of it. The fact that government is looking how to be prudent, how to make sure money doesn't get lost. The SIU, the Hawks are doing a phenomenal job. The president has made extra millions available for the SIU and Hawks to catch more people to get more money back. The answer is not short term. It's long term, and we have to fix it in the long term. But the process has started, and many, many people, I've got many companies coming forward now who never spent on health before and said, tell us what you need for health. The future is looking good in terms of health, except it can't be done overnight because there's so much things to fix. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Solomon, for that presentation. Without further ado, I would like to invite the guests to a photo session. It's going to take place here. And if our people who are going to organize can now come forward. So we're going to have a photo session, and then we're going to break for tea and coffee. According to the program, it's going to be 30 minutes from now, so we'll come back at 11 o'clock. The photo people can come and then arrange. Thank you very much. A round of applause for everybody.
very much for the beautiful speech. We always take a step backwards.
to give us his address. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sukela. Honorable Minister, Honorable Chief Fortune Zafaria Shashumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, who is supposed to be here, I believe he's here. Dr. Suleiman, founder of the Gift of Givers, who is just giving his wonderful address. We have here with us the Dean of the School of Thabo Mbeki Public and International School, Professor Paswani. We have here with us the Director General of the Department of Public Service and Administration, Sevukela. Represented ambassador from Brazil, we have ambassadors from China. We have the Vice Chancellor of the University of Stellenbosch here with us. The representative of the Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa with us here. We have our representatives from APRM, African Capacity Building Foundation, all of them with us here today. We have very honorable participants from various countries sitting with us today. Let me bring all of you some very warm greetings and welcome from the African Association for Public Administration and Management. Let us all say hello. Hello. So you are all welcome. So today we find many people belonging to the African Association for Public Administration. Today welcome is from many stakeholders, including even private sector, the NGOs, etc., who are now all stakeholders for efficient public service delivery to their citizens. We are covering almost all the countries on the continent. We have partners from all over the world, the globe, China, America, Canada, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, and many other countries. These are the people that we are bringing you warm greetings from. As you all are aware, this seminar was initially initiated by the African Association for Public Administration and the Department of Public Service Administration of South Africa. About 8 years ago, say 9 years now. It was a very small gathering of some of us, and Dr. Sukela will agree with me that we started from the hotel called St. George Hotel. Is that hotel still there? These days I don't see it. It used to be on top of the hill. So that's where we started in a very small way. We never ever thought that this seminar research will grow to find itself the way we are today. This is the 9th seminar on research by APAM DPSA. Obviously, the purpose of the research serves as a shared vision not only for APAM and DPSA, but for almost all of us today, as a source of our commitment to the critical importance of research in the attainment of the SDGs and the African AU Agenda 2063. So the essence of it is that we appreciate the fact that research is a very important aspect if the SDGs and the AU Agenda 2063 are to be attained. And that is the focus why we brought this system together, so that we will see to what extent we can pursue to achieve the aims and objectives of these two goals. It is therefore a continuation of our discourse to empower the public service. And this time when we say the public service, we are adding all the other services, the NGOs, the non-public service, private sectors like Dr. Sulemana, all of them. We bring all of them because whether we like it or not, they are part of the inputs of the stakeholder for efficient service delivery to the citizens that we serve. That is why these days when we define public service, we don't necessarily limit ourselves to those of us in the ministries and departments and agencies, but everybody who makes input into the services of efficiency to the services of to the citizens that we serve. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude, therefore, to the Department of Public Service and Administration of South Africa. Between APAM and DPSA South Africa, we remain highly committed to continue this type of platform and other programs, either in the form of a dialogue, a seminar, or whatever it is, to ensure that we influence policy on the continent, on this Africa continent, and beyond. In a very special way, let me also thank the various institutions that are here. The University of Pretoria, we started with them in the St. George Hotel, the University of Stellenbosch, and today the University of South Africa. And we have partnered these institutions year by year, and I believe that today they are still our partners for this 9th edition. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me also take the opportunity to express our thanks to the government of South Africa. We acknowledge and appreciate the support of the government of South Africa towards this seminar. And we appreciate the contribution that the government of South Africa has provided us ever since we started this program 8-9 years ago. We further acknowledge the bold achievement of the Prince of South Africa in critical positions that they serve as a leader to influence efforts to strengthen the continent's governance. But most important, let me also congratulate South Africa for its election to the presidency of the G20. You will join me to believe strongly that this is a historic first for the African continent. This moment presents an unprecedented opportunity for Africa to bring its priorities to the table. And we feel that South Africa's leadership can amplify the voices of the Global South. It will also help advocate for the reform in global governance and promote inclusive development on this our continent. As APAM, we strongly believe in the incorporation of good governance in the work stream into the G20 structures. This, we believe, is an excellent step and will complement the work of the G20 as well. As APAM, we are extremely happy to be part of the structures And we believe that if this research forum is allowed to be part of the activities of the G20, we will most appreciate it. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as already said in several times by those who spoke ahead of me, the theme for today's seminar is still resilience to shocks and disasters, the role of higher education and non-governmental organizations in strengthening state institutions. Obviously, this theme is very relevant and timely, profoundly relevant. In an era marked by various climate crises, pandemics, geopolitical situations, economic volatility, there's definitely the need for robust, adaptable public institutions, and this has been said several occasions by the speakers ahead. Resilience today is no longer a luxury for anybody. It is a necessity for survival and progress if Africa is to make any progress. Strengthening state capacity demands a multi-stakeholder approach, and this has been said several times by the speakers ahead of me. And I believe that in this case, higher education, NGOs, civil societies, and the rest have a very important role to play if we are to move forward. It will help in generating knowledge, driving innovation, and holding institutions accountable. The strategic partnership between these institutions that we have mentioned across the sectors, these are essential also to build what we call the agile, responsive governance systems, capable of withstanding and recovering from both anticipated and unforeseen shocks. I've mentioned, and others have mentioned, that collaboration between the various institutions, including the higher education, NGO, civil society, and the rest, are very important. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, today, as we embark on this important journey of the course of this seminar, I encourage all of us to actively engage in sharing experiences, propose actionable solutions that can guide the transformation across the continent. We should also guide to be inclusive and sustainable. And I promise on behalf of the Executive Committee of APAM that we remain committed to capturing and publishing the outcomes of this conference. APAM publishes books, newsletters, and the rest, some of which we have already given to you already. And we promise you that for this particular seminar, we will publish it in the form of books, put it on our website, and ensure that the whole world benefits from it. Before I end, allow me to briefly mention some of our standing capacity programs which we are inviting all of you to. The first one is what we call the Strong Nations for Africa program, which APAM runs with its counterparts in Singapore. This program is divided into 3 sections, one in Africa, online program, and the third in Singapore. We are requesting all of you to apply to be part of it. The Tanzania one, which is handling the Africa portion, will come on in August. And in September, those of you who are on it will go to Singapore. This program aims to empower middle and senior level public servants with the relevant tools for ethical leadership and governance transformation. The second program that I'm inviting you to is what we call the Annual Leadership Conference, which is set to come on in Mombasa, Kenya, in partnership with the Kenya School of Government in September. This program brings together leaders, scholars, and practitioners from across the continent to exchange ideas and chart the way for effective public leadership. Then we have the program called Trainer of Trainers program, scheduled for October. This is a program fully funded by the Ministry of Public Service of Palestine. So those of you who choose to attend this one is free. This year, this program is to be held in Uganda. And the initiative is designed to equip selected participants with advanced facilitation skills to become champions of capacity building within your various institutions. Finally, the program that I invite you to is what we call the APAM Roundtable Conference, which we hold annually. This year is the 44th Roundtable Conference, and the government of Eswatini has chosen to host us, all of us in Eswatini. So in December 2nd to 5th December this year, we are inviting all of you to Eswatini. We expect that this continental forum will bring together many participants to engage in dialogue, share best practices, and build stronger governance networks. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I wish all of us a productive and insightful seminar. Let us utilize this opportunity of this workshop and seminar to strengthen our networks, build knowledge, and reaffirm our shared commitment to a resilient, inclusive, and a sustainable Africa. Thank you, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, SG Professor Scott. Can you give him another round of applause? Without further ado, now we have come to the session that deals with remarks from our dignitaries. And the first one that I would like to invite to join me on the podium is Ambassador of Brazil in Pretoria, Ambassador His Excellency Francisca Filco.
Yes.
Over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. I would like to stand on the established protocol, since I could not indicate all those authorities here from the academic world, and I would not like to leave anyone outside. So I'd like to echo all that has been said. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me here and to be able to participate in this discussion. I am not an expert, as you may imagine. We, as diplomats, we keep jumping from one topic to the other. Yesterday, I participated in a meeting of empowerment of women, which was very fruitful. We have been engaging from the perspective of the embassy on trying to cover most of the topics and developments taking place in South Africa, especially because I'd like to say we have very similar challenges and also opportunities in Brazil. The topics that are being discussed here have been in a way also being discussed in Brazil. You may be aware that Brazil, last year when we were chairing, we had the G20 presidency. There was an initiative to try to insert into the G20 agenda the discussion on the modernization of the state. And many of the topics that were addressed here were also present in this exercise. There was a side event on the margins of the meeting of the leaders of G20 in Rio de Janeiro in October. And this side event generated, and all the work that had been taking place all over the year, generated a report that we call the State of the Future report, trying to project how states should adjust to the new situation, the geopolitical circumstance, the new challenges posed by the new technologies, and of course bringing on board the contribution of science, NGOs, and other stakeholders. We are convinced that though the inclusion of the contributions coming from this sector is essential, as has been said here, to good governance, to the adoption of good policies, and to add to legitimacy of the positions and the policies adopted by governments. I have the honor to serve also in our permanent mission to the United Nations in New York, and one thing I could say is that when and I also would like to look at it from the perspective of international relations, when we can propose some initiative or participate in any discussion and being anchored on a national discussion, national consensus where possible, it adds a lot of strength and a lot of legitimacy to those positions. So we are convinced that the participation and the involvement of those involved in higher education, the contribution of science, of the NGOs, is extremely relevant. One example, we could think, for example, in climate change. We cannot discuss any developments regard to climate change and all the effects it has on governments in especially developing countries, which are the most vulnerable to the climate change developments, without the participation of people from science and the NGOs. I would add another element that is very important to think, and this is also a major concern for us, is also to have good information to avoid fake news, which unfortunately we see that sometimes influences very much the discussions. Actually, Brazil has launched last year an initiative with other partners, of course, an initiative aimed at ensuring the integrity of information in regard to climate change. This is an area we have targeted for this initiative, because we are convinced that good policies, national support, and good information is essential for good policies. I'd like to mention that also on the margins of G20, we organized a social summit that was exactly aimed at providing the opportunity for all those sectors from civil society to provide their collaboration to the discussions. And this was a process that was developed throughout the year. And even there was opportunity for what we call the engagement groups, including civil society, universities, and so on. There are 13 engagement groups, basically reflecting the various sectors of society. And they had the opportunity, I think in the midterm meeting in July, to provide some inputs that some of those inputs even made to the leaders' declaration. So that was a very innovative that Brazil introduced in this process, also on the basis of our experience, and that is very much linked to very clear understanding on the part of our President Lula, that civil society should be involved in all government discussions. You know, our president comes from the trade union sector. He was a leader, and he's used to discussions and to make decisions on the basis of many inputs. So this is something he has made a point to include in government. We have in Brazil many councils that are institutionalized channels to provide inputs to the government. We think this is that has been a very important experience that has been able to collect views from civil society, from scientists, from business people from all over the sectors that can influence the adoption of public policies. Of course, there is no perfect result. Sometimes the government has to be an arbiter of different positions, but there is an effort to work on the basis of the civil society inputs. And this initiative that we sponsored at the international level, and that resulted in this report on the state of the future, as I said, aims at the modernization of the states, but also take into account the inputs coming from civil society, as we think we cannot discuss the future without taking into account the opinions and to be responsible to demands regarding to the well-being of populations. I have been hearing a lot about the need to build capacity of human resources. This is something that is also extremely important. Actually, in international discussions, all the discussions on development issues, there is a consistent demand for capacity building and transfer of technology. And I think it's important to have those elements, even to develop solutions that are just and solutions that are that will address our problems from our perspective. I fully agree with one of the speakers that said we cannot rely only on inputs coming from abroad. I like very much the expression African solutions for African problems. I think this is a very important notion to have that. To have a critical view on inputs coming from abroad. And of course, the overall purpose of all this is to lead to economic growth and development, sustainable development for our societies, which by the end of the day is what will actually strengthen institutions from the perspective that the government is being responsive to demands from society. And we are very happy to see that some of the discussions we have had at G20 last year are being followed up by the South African government, including the convening also of a social summit that has been expressed by President Ramaphosa and other officials from the government, also with a view to be able to collect information coming from the various sectors of civil society. And the priorities that were selected by the South African presidency, we can certainly subscribe to, and also from the perspective of particular interests of South Africa and Africa, the discussions on critical minerals, for example, the importance of addressing the debt, those aspects were developed in our presidency, but not to the in-depth as we think will be addressed by the South African presidency, and we are engaged in those discussions, and we thank the South African for selecting those priorities that converge with the interests of developing countries in general, what we call the Global South. And by concluding, I'd like to say that the discussion that is taking place here, in a way, as I said, is being replicated also in Brazil. We have a dedicated unit working within the Ministry of Planning that has been working on this theme of the state modernization, what should be done to strengthen institutions. And I would even offer, and this is part of our job here, as I said, we are not experts, but we try to build bridges among our partners. And I would say South Africa is probably, or certainly, one of our international partners which we have the most convergence and coincidence of interests and the view, the approach to international affairs, and, as I said, similar challenges internally. When I was posted in New York, I can say that our coordination with South African delegation was almost 100% of our positions were coincidence. So it was very easy to work with South Africa. We had like a core group in which we developed positions, and always Brazil and South Africa were part of this. So I'm very happy to participate. I thank the organizers for inviting me to be here. And what I'd like to do, I can share this report. I think it might be a relevant input for those discussions. And also I'd like, as I said, to build bridges. So if I can have some indication of a focal point, someone we could indicate to our people working in Brazil that they could reach out to and engage in this discussion and look for similar areas and work in a mutually reinforcing way, I would be more than happy to do this. So I conclude by saying that we wish the very fruitful discussion on this. We'd like to follow up. Well, I thank you for your attention, and I always say, God bless Africa, and may peace and prosperity be upon all its children. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We are looking forward to continuing our partnership with Brazil, and we will make a follow-up as suggested. In fact, our anti-corruption working group will be traveling to Brazil in the next 2 weeks. So that work is in motion. So we thank you very much. Another round of applause. I now would like to invite Ms. Nonkululeko Mazuk, who is from the APRM Continental Secretariat. She is representing the CEO of the Continental Secretariat. Over to you, and you're most welcome.
Good morning. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and guests, please allow me to stand on the already established protocol. On behalf of my CEO, Mary Antoinette Rose Cartera, it is both an honor and a privilege for the African Peer Review Mechanism to participate in this critical convening focused on fortifying Africa's resilience to shocks and disasters. The APRM further extends its warm appreciation to the organizers for providing a platform that bridges scholarship and policy. The imperative for building resilient states, institutions, is not merely theoretical, it is existential. Across the continent, the African continent in particular, states continue to contend with a range of exogenous shocks, pandemics, climate-induced disasters, economic turbulence, and in some cases, conflict, all of which threaten our developmental gains and social stability. Moreover, the evolving geopolitical landscape is adding layers of complexity to statecraft and governance. Rising great power competition, shifting alliances, and disruptions to global supply chains have altered the geostrategic calculus of nations. The ripple effects of regional conflicts, transnational terrorism, cyber threats, and the weaponization of natural resources now reap deep into domestic fears of African states. These dynamics necessitate not only agile diplomacy, but also robust, adaptable institutions that have the ability to anticipate and withstand such shocks. The APRM commends the focus of this 9th edition of this research seminar, which aligns seamlessly with the mechanism's expanded mandate to assess state resilience to shocks and disasters, which is a part of our 5th thematic area added to the Continental Self-Assessment Questionnaire in 2001. In our work, we have consistently emphasized that resilient governance systems are the backbone of resilience, of effective response and recovery. Our country review reports demonstrate that resilience is not only a function of resources, but also of partnerships across sectors, borders, and disciplines. The urgency of building resilient states, institutions, is not simply a policy aspiration, but it's a developmental necessity. Across the African continent, states are navigating in increasingly volatile environments marked by compounding and intersecting crises. I've mentioned them prior. These threaten to reverse hard-won developmental gains, deepen inequality, and weaken the social contract between governments and their citizens. So in this context, social cohesion becomes an indispensable pillar of resilience, strengthening trust and fostering solidarity, and also enabling communities to mobilize collectively in the face of adversity. Now, to meet these complex challenges, governments must establish clear prioritization mechanisms that enable responsive, adaptive governance, particularly at the local level, where shocks are most immediately felt and solutions need to be quite context-specific. Resilience, therefore, is no longer a choice, but rather a foundation for sustainable governance, inclusive growth, and democratic legitimacy. This seminar edition reflects our collective understanding that sustainable development, democratic governance, and also peace are only achievable when institutions are capable of absorbing and adapting to crises swiftly, equitably, and innovatively. Now, with regards to higher education institutions and non-governmental organizations, these remain critical and central to this equation. They incubate innovation, produce critical knowledge, amplify community voices, and serve as watchdogs and collaborators in advancing public interests. Their active engagement in risk-informed governance, early warning systems, and also public policy discourse are indispensable. The APRM, therefore, welcomes the seminar's attention to strengthening policy, legislative and institutional frameworks for disaster preparedness, and also enhancing partnerships between states, academia, civil society for post-crisis recovery and institutional renewal. Furthermore, the APRM further reiterates its call for increased investment in public policy intelligence, inclusive horizon scanning, data analytics, and also community-based monitoring systems. The domestication and implementation for resilient frameworks, and also active legislative participation in national preparedness strategies. These will all ensure that public institutions are held to high standards of performance, integrity, and inclusivity. As we deliberate over the coming days, the APRM encourages all participants to reflect not only on what makes a state resilient, but also on who makes a state resilient. A people-centric approach to resilience, rooted in inclusion, transparency, and shared accountability, is key to delivering on Agenda 2063 and the SDGs 2030. In closing, let the seminar serve as a launching pad for sustainable collaboration, robust policy recommendations, and innovative research partnerships that will inform not only the APRM's continental assessments, but also national programs of action. Together, let's reimagine governance as a proactive force for resilience, recovery, anchored in knowledge, justice, and the will of the people. I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Nonkululeko, for the brief input. We do appreciate. Let's give her another round of applause, Nonkululeko. Colleagues, we are concluding this part of the session with a presentation by the recently appointed rector of Stellenbosch University, Professor Ramchukanath. Welcome. And we're looking forward to the partnership with Stellenbosch. And I understand that there's a possibility that we can host the 10th edition in Stellenbosch. So we are looking forward to that. Thank you very much.
Good morning to Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, partners, and delegates. In the interest of time, all protocols observed. It's an absolute honor to address you today on behalf of Stellenbosch University and to affirm our institution's strong commitment to this important collaborative initiative. This 9th edition of the research seminar comes at a time when the imperative to build resilient states capable of absorbing, adapting to, and recovering from shocks has never been more urgent. From pandemics and climate crises to conflict and economic instability, the ability of our institutions to respond effectively is being tested on multiple fronts. Universities and the knowledge ecosystems that we foster have a pivotal role to play. Higher education is not only a site of critical research and innovation, but also a driver of institutional capacity, ethical leadership, and policy development. At Stellenbosch University, we believe that true resilience stems from the foundation of collaboration across borders, across disciplines, and across sectors. This seminar and the broader partnership that supports it reflects the kind of collective commitment that is essential for achieving both the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are also mindful of the important role that non-governmental organizations play in strengthening the social fabric and bridging gaps in service delivery. It is through inclusive multi-stakeholder engagement that we can build institutions that are not only strong, but also trusted, agile, and people-centered. Let me also commend the alignment of this work with the G20 Anti-Corruption Working Group. Integrity, transparency, and good governance are cornerstones of sustainable development, and they must underpin all of our efforts. In closing, I wish to thank our hosts at the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs and our colleagues at the Department of Public Service and Administration for their continued leadership in convening this platform. Stellenbosch University remains a committed partner in this journey towards resilient and responsive governance systems. I wish you all the best over the next few days in your deliberations. And I think as the message has been consistent this morning, together we can achieve a lot more. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Prof, for the brief input. We do appreciate, and we're looking forward to the long-term relationship with your institution. And with your new appointment, I'm certainly sure that this platform is going to provide the necessary complementation of whatever initiatives that you are busy with. So we are looking forward to that. Professor Ndevu, I presume, is he here? Not yet. He's going to be coming. So we are going to take that discussion further. Thank you very much. I now, colleagues, would like to pass on the responsibility to my co-facilitator, Professor Paswane, to take us through the next session of our discussion. Over to you, Prof. Thank you.
Good morning once again, colleagues. It's still morning. I hope so. Yes, I like how DPSA works. It looks like time is very important for them, and I like this. We are now at, is it 10 to 12? Yeah, this session was supposed to be, have started at 11:30. Nonetheless, we are here. We are going to get into the research, the researchers presenting for us. Scholars will be coming to present for us. And we have a session which is sub-theme 1, policy, legislative and institutional frameworks for resilient societies. And we have the moderator for today. I think for when you look at your programs, you'll see Dr. McBride Nkalamba. Dr. McBride Nkalamba is not here, but we are going to have Dr. Nonkululeko Masuk from APRM and Professor Sifiso Ndlovu, the Acting Director, Research and Knowledge Hub at the TM School, as moderators for this session, with the speakers being Professor Teboho Libakeng, Dr. Madayo Busika from Department of Public Service and Administration, Professor Teboho Libakeng is from TM School, and Dr. K. Matebese Nochulwana is also from TM School. And I think I will invite to the podium here Professors Sifiso Ndlovu and Dr. Nonkululeko Masuk to come to the front. As they will co-chair this session. I think they will be able to introduce the topics as well as the presenters. Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Please go ahead.
No, I thought you were here. Excellent.
Oh, no.
You should have taken that office here.
Please go ahead, sir.
So, I introduce one, you introduce two.
Sure.
Sorry. Good day, everybody. This is the business end of everything now. So we're going to adopt a business-like approach now. So for each speaker, you have 15 minutes, and then that will add up to 45 minutes. And then for question and answers, we'll have 15 minutes, and we'll try to keep up with time. So the first speaker is Professor Teboho Libakeng from the Thabo Mbeki School. And his topic is leveraging intelligence in African statecraft towards prudent public and international affairs. Please, Prof. Teboho, can you come up front, please, and have a seat there.
All right. Good morning again. I'm not a doctor yet, but I appreciate the confidence. I would like to also call up to the podium Dr. Buiseka from the Department of Public Service and Administration, and his focus will also be on institutional frameworks and governance reforms.
Is our colleague? Our third speaker is also from the Thabo Mbeki School. Her name is Dr. Kolisha Matebese Nonjulwan. Her topic is a critical role of legislative oversight in strengthening state capacity. Dr. Matebese, okay.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I do not have the luxury of time, so what I'll do is simply to do the most undiplomatic thing and stand on the established protocol. Let me say this is a very difficult subject. I had prepared myself to engage you because I thought there is a need to engage you on this subject. Previously, some 20 years back, we had engaged our principals on the subject of intelligence. We wanted to form a continental intelligence organization, and there was resistance. But of course, as history would tell, in 2004, we inaugurated in Abuja, Nigeria, the Committee of Intelligence and Security Services in Africa. That tells the relevance of intelligence. Now, in terms of how I wanted to structure this, I was going to, instead of an introduction, I was going to give you a preface, deal with the importance of intelligence for statecraft, and then deal with African statecraft in public and international affairs, and then deal with Africa's geographic importance, and then the role of intelligence in statecraft, and then finally, I was going to recommend. But there is no time for all that, okay? I thought I would have time. I'll use two prefaces. The first one, which you can find in any African country, but I'll use the one for South Africa, which is based on the General Intelligence Laws Amendment Act of 2013. It goes like this. South Africans should be protected against the acts of espionage, sabotage, serious violence to overthrow the constitutional order, terrorism, and terrorism-related activities. It then moves on to say things like diplomatic missions, South African ships, aircrafts, military bases around the world are seen as South African territory. The second preface that I would like to use is for those of you who were there in 1973. Henry Kissinger was being nominated for the position of Secretary of State. And then he said the following: anyone concerned with national policy must have a profound interest in making sure that intelligence guides and does not follow national policy. Very, very critical. Now, I use intelligence here not as organization and not as process, but as product. Okay? And of course, we know statecraft is the art of advancing national interest and protecting national security by use of a toolkit comprising a range of national state institutions. and intelligence is one of those. Okay? Now, I don't want to go into the history of Africa. I think Dr. Solomon touched on how Africa is rich. And I always say, give me a continent that is richer than Africa, you will not find it. But give me also a continent that has the highest concentration of poor people than Africa, you will not find it. And that is the paradox of Africa. That is the paradox of Africa. But that has to do with how Africa has used its resources over time. There is always a strive for African resources, and we have not been able to protect those resources. The picture is dim. And that picture speaks to how Africa engages in both public and international affairs. Now, I'm going to just go fast, but what I can promise you is I'll put the paper together for the journal. So this is just a teaser, given that we have been given instructions at gunpoint to finish very, very, very quickly. I then want to make an assertion. I know some scholars will say I'm advancing a thesis, but this is what I want to say. No state can be prudent in public and international affairs without effective and fit for purpose intelligence that provides forewarning and insights into national and international developments. That is the thesis that I'm presenting, and that is why I'm anchoring my presentation on public and international affairs and intelligence, because I believe that intelligence can provide many of the insights that are needed, not only to protect Africa's human resources and Africa's natural resources, but to make sure that those resources are used for human security. And by human security, of course, we mean moving away from intelligence, protecting the regime of the day, or even national security, to making sure that the interest of people are at the center of public and international affairs. When we engage, we must always engage with the interest of Africans at the center of our actions. Now, part of the problem why Africa has not really used intelligence effectively has to do with the history of intelligence in Africa. One, many of our countries established intelligence organizations during the Cold War. So which meant that if you established an intelligence service, it will align itself, it will be modeled along Western countries or along, Eastern countries. It was not modeled along what Africa needs, but to support, the superpowers during the Cold War. Now, with that, it meant also that with most of the one-party states in Africa, intelligence was focused on protecting the regime, and they became very oppressive. So we don't really have a very good history and affinity to intelligence, and we need to repurpose that. And herein lies the relevance of the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, because we have seen that most universities that offer intelligence focus on military intelligence or police intelligence. So our decision was to focus on civilian intelligence, which will guide diplomacy which will guide when there are humanitarian crises. We have what we call humanitarian intelligence. We have human security intelligence, and we have intelligence being applied in various spheres. That is what makes the offering of security and intelligence studies at Thabo Mbeki to be different. And I have looked at many African countries that offer security and intelligence studies. They are basically modeled along military intelligence. If you want support for public administration, it is what we will be offering you. I think with that, I can see Prof. One of the program directors is already indicating to me that I should, rush. So all what I'm saying in conclusion is that we really need to repurpose intelligence. That's what we need to do. Intelligence can be a major force for good. Because what does it do? It provides insight. It provides forewarning against threats, against risk, but more importantly, in terms of the opportunities that are available. So if there is any field that really has to be embedded in our public administration, is the field of intelligence. And I think higher education can play a major role by making sure that we train people who understand intelligence in its civilian sense, not necessarily undermining the police and intelligence sense. With that, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, dear delegates. Allow me to affirm and reiterate the protocols. I don't know about you, Prof, but for me here, I'm in a very difficult situation because I have my bosses here who will do some evaluation. Nobody likes that. At least the minister has left. That leaves, I thought the acting DG will have left so that I'm left with one. But he's staying here, so, but I hope you will not ask any questions. Well, my input, unlike Prof's, is very easy. I'm going to look at the legal side of trying to put in presentation mode here. I don't know where this thing went. Oh, it's not there. This thing. Do you have any technician here who will know where this presentation mode is for this? Anyway, I'll proceed with this because of time. I hope this comes in clean. Yep.
Your document is on PDF.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Prof. Thank you for that. Again, the problem of having bosses around here. Well, my input is around on the topic state resilience, shocks and disasters, the role of higher education and non-governmental organizations in strengthening state institutions. Now, my outline, In the introduction, I'll look at the importance of resilience in governance, and then also look at or have an overview of key frameworks, policy and institutional frameworks, and look at legislative frameworks, constitutional, human rights, environmental and disaster risk reduction legislation, economic and social protection laws, governance and institutional resilience. And then I'll look at the country-specific policy examples, various countries that I've looked at in terms of case studies, then policy frameworks, social and economic resilience policies, environmental and climate resilient policies. And then on the institutional front, I'll look at governance institution, international and regional institution, and I'll conclude. So I'll try to run it through very fast. Now, with regard to policy, legislative, and institutional frameworks for resilience, first of all, I'm trying to suggest that building resilient societies requires a combination, and this was emphasized by previous speakers, that is based on policy, legislative, institutional framework, which promotes stability, adaptability, and ability to recover from economic, social, environmental, and policy shocks. And these frameworks work together to create societies that can withstand and bounce back from various challenges. So policies provide strategic direction, legislative establishes legal foundations as well. And on the social and economic resilience, we're looking at national development plans, strategic frameworks like South Africa's NDP 2030, Rwanda's Vision 2050, India's strategy for New India, and then of course there's a focus on diversification, job creation, and poverty reduction, to mention just a few. And on social protection, you have policies, the ambassador was here, programs such as Brazil's Bolsa Familia, South Africa's Social Assistance Act, and Germany's Hartz IV reforms provide safety nets through cash transfers, grants, and unemployment benefits to cushion vulnerable groups or populations. And on education and skills development, we have examples like Finland's core curriculum, Singapore's Skills Future Initiative, and South Africa's white paper on post-school education which strengthen human development through inclusive education and development. On the side of environmental and climate resilience, climate adaptation strategies, you have Kenya's National Climate Change Action Plan, in the Netherlands, Delta Program. In Bangladesh, you have climate change strategies that integrate climate risk management to national planning strategies. All this is detailed in the paper because this is a presentation just looking at an overview of that. Disaster risk reduction, you have Japan's Act or Disaster Management. In the Philippines, you have the RA 10-121, and in Mexico, you have the Fontaine Enforced Building Codes, community preparedness, and financial assistance for disaster recovery and reconstructions. And on sustainable urban development, the best example there, you have Germany's National Urban Development Policy, India's Smart Cities Mission, and South Africa's Integrated Urban Development Frameworks, which promote resilience infrastructure and climate-conscious urbanization. On the side of governance and institutional resilience, you have public school reform, and the example there will be South Korea's Government Innovation Strategy, Ghana's Public Sector Reform Strategy, and Canada's Open Government Initiative that enhance government efficiency and transparency and service delivery. Now, on decentralization policies, one of the good examples is South Africa's Intergovernmental Relations Framework, Indonesia's Regional Autonomy Law, and Uganda's Local Government Act, which empowers local governments to respond effectively to crises. And we had earlier the importance of local government in managing all these crises and resilience. On conflict prevention, a very key area, as emphasized by our APRM from the Continental Secretariats, you have Colombia's Peace Accord implementation, Rwanda's National Unity and Reconciliation Commission, and Sierra Leone's Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which address inequalities and foster. Because after conflict, there are these post-conflict interventions that are normally very necessary. Well, then I'll come to legislative frameworks for resilience. And here you have constitution and human rights. I'll not go through this slide because some of the issues that are addressed here I've mentioned earlier: environmental and disaster laws, economic and social protection laws. I'll go to institutional implementation frameworks, where we have all manner of stakeholders. You have civil society and private sector, and then you have NGOs and business providing support, international and regional bodies like the UN, AU, World Bank offering assistance, and at the base you have government institutions and agencies that support that program. Country-specific, very quickly, South Africa has the National Development Plan 2030 and Social Assistance Act that provide comprehensive frameworks for economic growth and social protection. The Integrated and Urban Development Framework promotes climate resilience urbanization, while the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act empowers local governments. And you have Rwanda as a good example with Vision 2050, and you have Japan with the Basic Act on Disaster Management and Enforcement. So then we have the perspectives of BRICS, and the one that we mentioned on Brazil, and then the other one we talked about South Africa, but outside BRICS you have the German model. On education and skills, we mentioned the example of Finland and that of Singapore, more especially Singapore, that looks at the Skills Future Initiative, which invests in adult education and upskilling to ensure workforce adaptability. And South Africa, the white paper on post-school education and training, strengthen vocational training and skills developments.
Wrap up.
All right, I'm asked to wrap up. I'll comply. Thank you, Chair. Environmental and climate resilience. Yeah, there's ethical dimension to timekeeping, so I'll not offend that. Environmental and climate. How much do I have? Yeah. 3 minutes. Yeah, I need to be very precise. Yeah, I don't want to go over time. So I've given some examples here on environmental and climate resilient policies. The example of Netherlands, that of Bangladesh, and of course there are others on disaster risk reduction. Also Japan, Philippines, and Mexico. And of course, there's the sustainable urban development policies. You have German, you have India, you have South, and then the governance and institutional framework. We looked at also the one for Canada. I know there will be a presentation on open government. Representative will speak more around those issues, and then decentralization. So, on conflict prevention and peace building, you can see those involved are mostly post-conflict countries. Building comprehensive resilience, we have spoken about creating strategic directions monitoring adaptation and evaluating improvements, establishing legal foundations, and operationalizing frameworks. Let me conclude so that my DG will say that I was very obedient and followed the instructions. By adopting, so we are saying that by adopting a comprehensive and integrated approach to resilience, nations can build more adaptable, equitable, and sustainable societies. And this requires strong policy framework, effective legislation, and robust institutions that prioritize resilience across all sectors. So our input was mostly looking at legal frameworks. And we've gone through those case studies to show that countries have adopted various legal frameworks to look at issues of resilience and look at issues of adaptability, and of course institutionalize this according as for the keynote speaker that talked about institutionalization. I thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and my colleagues. Good afternoon. My name is Koliswa. I have been introduced. The title of my presentation is The Critical Role of Legislative Oversight in Strengthening State Capacity. I'm going to take you through the contents or the structure of my presentation. Prof, I'm struggling with your... Okay. There it is. Thank you. I'm going to take you through the introduction, key concepts, legislative oversight and state capacity, challenges to effective legislative oversight, recommendations, and conclusion. In the introduction, I'd like to also mention that our legislature or parliament is bicameral, which is composed by National Assembly and National Council of Provinces. My title is focusing on one key function of legislative oversight. However, there are various functions of Parliament. I'm going to read them quickly for you before I go into the oversight as my key function into my presentation. Some of the primary functions of legislative oversight of legislature are lawmaking, which is responsible for creating, amending, and repeating laws. Accountability. This function aims at making legislatures or parliamentarians to monitor the executive function or conduct into how they utilize public funding and also make them responsible by holding them accountable. It also serves to prevent inefficiencies and corruption. Another function is facilitating public participation, which most of the speakers have touched on. It ensures citizens have a voice in lawmaking through public hearings and consultations. Cooperative governance, it works with other branches of government and local authorities to address issues and implement policies. Now, the gist of my presentation, oversight of the executive branch. The legislature monitors the actions of the executive branch to ensure they are acting within the law and fulfilling their duties. This is important because the conduct of the oversight must be transparent to ensure that the public is aware of the decision-making processes that affects them. The reason for this particular focus is because there is a wide acceptance that legislative oversight plays an important role in strengthening state capacity. Two key concepts that frames discussion in my presentation of course, I've already mentioned the legislative oversight. This presentation defines it as entailing the formal and informal, watchful, strategic, and structured scrutiny exercised by the legislature in respect of the implementation of laws, the application of the national budget, and the strict observance of the Constitution. Another concept is state capacity. In the context of this presentation, you may define it in your own way. It refers to a legislative ability to implement policies, monitors them, deliver public services, and uphold the rule of law. It involves understanding the different components that represents a government's ability to implement policies effectively and maintain stability. The contents of my presentation revolves around legislative oversight and state capacity. It plays an important role in ensuring that the executive is accountable to the people through their elected representatives in governments. For instance, South Africa is not immune to the social pathology of corruption, which occurs primarily in countries ruled by dominant political parties, where party loyalism blurs the line of state accountability. The constitutional value of legislative oversight requires the executive to disclose information in their decision-making process, to answer to the public for their actions or inactions, or inaction when exercising state power. It is a fundamental component of democratic governance, ensuring that state institutions function effectively, remain accountable, and uphold the principles of transparency and efficiency. It therefore plays a critical role in strengthening state capacity by scrutinizing government operations, preventing corruption, promoting policy implementation, and safeguarding democratic values. It serves as a mechanism for holding public officials accountable, enhancing transparency, and ultimately strengthening state capacity. Not only does it curb or prevent abuse of power, it also fosters efficiency and responsiveness in state institutions. In this respect, it plays a pivotal role in enhancing state capacity by ensuring accountability, which I've already spoken about. Legislatures scrutinize government activities by preventing corruption and efficiency while fostering ethical governance. It enhancing transparency by making government actions visible to the public. Oversight builds trust and encourages civic engagement. Legislatures should enforce transparency measures such as public reporting, open hearings, and access to government documents to hold the executive accountable. Improving policy implementation. Constructive oversight helps refine policies, ensuring that government programs meet their intended objectives. It also safeguards public resources through financial oversight and audits. Legislatures prevent wasteful spending and mismanagement of state funds. All of the above speaks to strong state capacity being essential for economic growth, for social welfare, and political stability. When a government lacks capacity, it can struggle with corruption, weak institutions, and inefficiencies, leading to instability and poor development outcomes. Therefore, effective legislative oversight role allows for the creation of robust monitoring mechanisms, preventing corruption and misuse of resources, while promoting good governance for strengthened state capacity. The challenges of effective legislative oversight. Notwithstanding the importance of legislative oversight, some of the major challenges it faces, parliaments or legislatures faces, a political allegiance. Committee members hesitate to hold executive accountable due to party loyalty, leading to weakened legislative oversight role. By this, I mean party interests predominate their ability to discharge their legislative oversight role, thereby influencing their effectiveness to strengthen state capacity. Also, executive resistance to appear before the committee members, seniors in their party, and the need to protect the executive from criticism. We have seen this happening. Not only this affects oversight mechanisms' effectiveness, but also it compromises the independence and impartiality necessary for effective scrutiny. Another challenge is weak state institutions supporting democracy. Lack of institutional capacity, often attributed to lack of staff, funding, and technical knowledge needed for thorough investigations, can hinder effective oversight. Ineffective legislative oversight due to incapable and unwillingness on the part of legislatures and inadequate funding for conduct of oversight is also a challenge. Political dominance and interference. When one party holds significant power, loyalty to the ruling party can weaken legislative independence. This leaves legislative oversight function being performed by opposition parties, whereas it is a function of not only the opposition, but for all the parliamentarians. Lack of public engagement is also a challenge. Without public participation and demand for accountability, legislative oversight efforts remain elusive. Public disengagement diminishes the pressure on legislatures to fulfill their oversight responsibilities. It also denies the inputs of the public in the policy-making process. Now, ways to strengthen legislative oversight. Given the above discussion, through various tools, legislatures ensure that state resources are utilized effectively and that governmental decisions align with the public interests. These tools include committee investigations, public hearings, audit reports, and formal inquiries. Now, the paper recommends, based on the discussion already mentioned, to enhance the effectiveness of legislative oversight and strengthening state capacity. This presentation makes the following recommendations. Strengthening institutional frameworks. Legislatures should have the autonomy, resources, and expertise needed for rigorous oversight. The role of Chapter 9 states institutions or institutions supporting democracy should be effective in their support for legislative oversight. Encouraging public participation. Public engagement and media scrutiny can reinforce legislative oversight efforts. And lastly, in my recommendation, I'm recommending that all stakeholders should come together in search of a solution towards an effective role of legislative oversight. Failure to do so will result in undermining rather than strengthening state capacity. In conclusion, legislative oversight is a fundamental pillar to democratic governance and state capacity by ensuring accountability, transparency, and efficiency in government operations. Oversight mechanisms foster public trust and strengthen institutions. In addressing challenges and implementing strategic reforms can enhance the legislature's ability to hold governance standards and serve the interests of citizens effectively. Ultimately, the success of oversight mechanisms depends on the commitment and willingness of the committees in Parliament and the active participation of the public in holding government accountable. Colleagues, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
It's now question time. And if you raise a question, can you please introduce yourself? And please don't be a fourth speaker. Oh, we have 3 speakers. If you want to be a fourth speaker, you're quite aware that next year Stellenbosch is offering you. Please, can I have your hands, please? Number 1. Two. For now, we have 2 questions. Sepo? A mic.
I'm trying to project my voice in the interest of time. My name is Edith Paswad. And I'm from the CFO. Thank you for all the presentations and to all the presenters. My question is to Dr. Goli, who has painted a concerning picture about legislators, the relationship between legislature and executive, and how they fail to provide oversight of the executive as well. And I think I would agree with you as well, but you also cite party loyalty and also the need to protect executive. Would you say with the government of national unity, in place now is still the same? And also, what is the solution for us? Because we will never be in a position where we can avoid to have a party representative within the legislature. Of course, that's how the legislature is formed and is constituted. So what should be the solution? Maybe in your view, just tell us what should be the solution, and whether the current configuration of government in South Africa, does it have the capability to change the situation? Thank you.
Okay. So. And two.
Thank you. The same question that I wanted to ask. My name is Shaka Bondomse. I'm from DPSC. I think, yeah, from Dr. Nchwana, there is a same issue that has been raised because as you spoke to the challenges, you alluded to the issue of executives not held accountable due to party loyalty. And what came to my mind was the issue of GNU. When you get to your recommendations and also your strength, I think you omitted that. I think maybe you can just expand in terms of your paper, to what extent GNU is playing a pivotal role in terms of addressing that. Then going to Prof, you spoke about reproposing intelligence. But to my understanding, the State Security Agency oversees civilian intelligence focusing on both domestic and foreign threats. If maybe we can expand and maybe talk to the definition in the context of your thesis around reproposing, I just wanted to understand. Thank you. Thank you.
Is any other hand? 3. We have 3. 1, 2, 3. It's 1 there. 1 there. Two, 3.
Thank you. My question is, in a constitutional democracy.
Your name, please.
My name is Richard Badia from Ghana. In a constitutional democracy, she said that where we have party loyalty and anything the government does is good to the party before, and then the opposition sees it differently. And this is the case. We argue we are facing out to the extent that the general public gets confused. In this case, what is your recommendation?
My name is Michel Chimere. I'm from the School of Public Management and Administration, University of Pretoria. My question would be directed to from the back talking about leveraging intelligence in African statecraft toward bringing public and international affairs. The question I'm going to ask might be controversial, but please bear with me. Last year, we listened to the former president of the country, whose name belongs to the institute you're coming from, and made some statement regarding the DRC crisis and the all issues pertaining to tension between Rwanda and the DRC. There were some opinion or statement made that my question now is, was any intelligence, any analysis put in all those statements that were developed in the institute? I don't know if you are getting my question. It's just because you said intelligence, we need to somehow, the African continent must somehow see how we could leverage intelligence across. And what were all the statements made by the former president, led by that kind of outcome of those statements? Thank you.
Sorry, Prof. Lee-Working might not be aware about those statements we are talking about. Since you know them, can you divulge them to us? It's not his prototype. It's not the president's prototype.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about international affairs and prudent public administration. Maybe let me pause it. I'll engage in privately.
No. Can you please, 1 or 2 statements? This is not a private affair.
The statement was mostly the former president was asked a question regarding the tension between Rwanda and the DRC. And in his response, he said this has to do with the design of the map of the Congo and the presence of some Rwandese in the Congo. But when you look at the reality, President Mbeki used to be a chair of some committees at the African Union, and he was somehow involved in the DRC politics. And that situation in the DRC doesn't really pertain to the issue of tribal wars and situations like that, mainly involving use of minerals and using of armed invasion for access to knowledge. So bringing this issue to tribe only, I think, I don't know if a lot of intelligence is going into that. It's just that question that I want to bring. But it's for that reason I'm saying maybe I'll engage in privately and to expose more information so that we can talk, because it has to do with intelligence and international affairs. Thank you.
Okay. There's a third hand here. Then it will be 4, 5. This is 3.
No, thanks a lot. It's when the officers standing here, it's Department of Public Service and Administration. I really want to welcome the presentation that was made by the 3 esteemed academics in front. Mine it's more on the issue Dr. Mateve said, on the issue of transparency and in the system. Of course, we know that it's important that transparency and accountability must ensure that government actions are open to scrutiny. But also that everybody else in the system to be held accountable, not only accounting officers and such. Part of the presentation, there was an indication that the legislatures must prevent wasteful expenditure. That's not, we must be honest, that's not really happening. And then you went to a point on the issue of strengthening oversight. And amongst others, there was the issue of audit reports. And in terms of auditing across the country, national, in all areas of government, one's understanding of the Public Audit Act, it was amended. And I'm sure it was amended because a number of loopholes will be picked up and challenges. And amongst others, is to close loopholes so that we can improve in terms of auditing. The reality also there is we have addressed. Now really what is there needs to be done to make sure that we really improve from an audit perspective, because that is where we call wasteful expenditure in the provinces. What really needs to be done? Some of us, you know where we are, it's amongst others.
Remember my comment about Stellenbosch.
Yeah, it's also
that there's no fourth speaker.
It's also an issue of maybe a change of mind, morals and values that needs to be developed in the system. Thanks.
Yeah, it's him. And the gentleman there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the presentation of all. Good morning. Those who don't know me,
Speaker. Yes.
Oh.
Yes, no.
Okay, those who don't know, my name is Derata from the GPS. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I'll be very quick. All right. I've got only 2 questions to start. Sir, concerning the intelligence, for educational context, in what ways should educational systems in Africa adapt their assessment of which intelligence students have, reflect multiple intelligences rather than traditional IQ? Lastly, on cultural perspective, how do cultural values influence the way intelligence is defined and measured across different African societies? Thank you so much.
Okay. It's the last question now. Because of the time.
Good day, colleagues. I'm Meglis from the TM School. Thank you, speakers, for such a thought-provoking and insightful presentations. But I will start with the professor, because especially you said, Prof, that the intelligence in Africa was modeled around what the superpowers after Cold War have advocated for. So, but the dangers, I know maybe we were going to talk about your presentation, but in light of time, maybe we didn't touch on. Because the danger that we are sitting with as Africans is the politicization of intelligence. How can we guard against that? Because we've seen on many occasions that intelligence reported this, but those reports were seen as fake reports. So, but they reach the public domain. How do we guard against the politicization of intelligence? Because as an important instrument, if we don't guard against such acts, we might end up compromising the relevance of intelligence. To my dear sister, Dr. Madebes, thank you for sharing such an important presentation with us. But I want you to teach us, because what I've observed is that the oversight bodies in Parliament, like rightly pointed out, are not as effective as we want them to be, like right? Because we've seen various developments, for instance, commissions of inquiry. How many did we have in South Africa? Trying to ensure that there is accountability. Even though they are quite costly, their recommendations are not being implemented. For instance, the state capture, the NPA has been trying to gain access to those records. They are stumbling blocks. So what do we need to do? Because we've seen, even with the GNU, political parties taking each other to court because Parliament is failing to do its oversight role. Maybe the last one go to the NDP. Dr. Buzike, in your analysis, sir, do you think NDP is implemented? Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right, professors, doctors. Sorry.
As much as you can, as long as you answer. No.
Thank you for the questions. There are several questions, some of them are interlinked. Let me start with the one on State Security Agency. I think the issue was that it has both domestic and foreign branch. I think that is very normal for many intelligence, organizations, not only across the continent, but also outside the continent. And that point is very important because once you say there's a domestic wing and a foreign wing, you then come back to the whole issue of public and international affairs, because the domestic wing is really about public affairs, and the foreign wing is about international affairs. The issue of repurposing has to do with the history that I touched on the Cold War. But I just want to emphasize one thing, that intelligence in Africa did not start with the Cold War. African leaders have always used intelligence. In Sizulu, we used to call them what? Makangela. And all other ethnic groups always use intelligence. political leaders, African political leaders in their own indigenous way, always use intelligence. The problem that we are facing is modern intelligence as an organization. If you recall in my paper, I said I was not going to deal with intelligence as an organization or intelligence as a process, but intelligence as a product. And that is basically what I've done. But if we go to intelligence as an organization, most are structured that way. But there's also the fact that in many African countries, in the way intelligence is structured, it's linked with the military. There's still military intelligence is the predominant kind of intelligence. And as a result of that, we are not leveraging the value that intelligence can bring into policy making, policy implementation, and in terms of our international engagements. And that's why I'm saying the role of institutions of higher learning is to start to teach intelligence as a very positive force. If you look at most countries, what we have is actually military academy, they will have their intelligence, police academy, they will have the intelligence. But very few have civilian intelligence academy. So even universities don't offer that much. I mean, I've been in touch with colleagues in Nigeria. There are about 7 universities that are offering intelligence and security. But if you look at them, they are still aligned more with the military intelligence. But there are colleagues who are beginning to say, unless we use this a value that is contained in intelligence, there is no other institution that has the power of knowing what is happening around the world, what is happening inside the country, that intelligence. And it has to do with the resources at the disposal of every intelligence organization. And some of these, I'm saying them from an autoethnographic, experience, having dealt with a number of intelligence organizations, and the challenges that we are having trying to move intelligence away from thinking that the focus is to protect the leadership. The focus is to protect the party that is leading at the time. That is and should not be the purpose of intelligence. At the core, the central purpose of intelligence is to help government to function properly, to make sure that it advances the interest of people by making sure that human security is realized. That should be the function of intelligence. What brings about politicization, which is another question that was raised. And by the way, politicization can understand it in 2 ways. But I would like to believe that when you raise it, really refer to the abuse of intelligence. Because what we see is abuse of intelligence by political principals. That is different. If you have a fit for purpose intelligence, you have professional people being hired, not people who are there because they think their function is to protect a leadership. It is very easy to have an intelligence service that can be accepted by people. That's why we are talking about how do we begin to popularize intelligence so that ordinary people understand it as something that protects and advances their interest, as opposed to something that oppresses them at the whim of political leaders. That is the key. It is possible to repurpose intelligence. And that is something that institutions of a higher learning should now be engaging in to help governments to do exactly that, to teach courses that are not focusing on intelligence tradecraft, but are focusing on the use of intelligence for the benefit of people. That is where we are heading to. Intelligence cultures, whether we like it or not, the cultures that you find as you move around, it's very, very clear. Who trains our intelligence organizations? We send them to Russia, we send them to China, we send them to the United States, we send them to the UK. And when people train you, the likelihood, unless you are so savvy that when you go back, you begin to indigenize your teachings, you are very likely to adopt what you have been taught. And that is the dilemma of African, intelligence services currently. I don't know if there is anyone that I have not attached, but it's difficult to, attend to everything. Yeah, thanks.
Right, Madam, it's your turn. Yeah, can you just run on the complexities of the GNU?
Thank you, colleagues, for the questions and the comments. GNU. I'm going to give you my personal view on the GNU issue. GNU is not new. Maybe I should take you back. Parliament has parliamentary committees that their mandate or their role is to perform oversight of the executive. So parliamentary committees, they are multi-party in nature. Now, GNU is sort of, in my personal view, a parliamentary committee, which we all agree that those committees are ineffective in their discharge of oversight, of legislative oversight. So you are not going to see anything different from a GNU point of view, because when it was formed, I had a problem with a formation which is anchored or based on a failed goal. Had they been a GNU before elections, we would be hopeful that legislative oversight will be effective. They will be able to hold each other accountable. But how they find themselves in the GNU, we all know that they're going now to have the master who has recruited them, who has trusted them that they can be a partner to form or continue with government. So you're not going to see anything different from what you perceive as a failed legislative or weak legislative oversight from parliamentary committees, because they are also multi-party in nature. So there's nothing new GNU is going to do. In fact, whoever is part of a GNU is going to make sure that they sustain their stay in the GNU and turn a blind eye on the legislative role that they are supposed to perform. So capability, somebody asked are they capable, is there capability? I think it was Prof. Pasone, yes. Ordinarily, capability, it is there. However, it is not going to happen in my personal view. Maybe we need more time to discuss the challenges. In fact, when I was discussing challenges, GNU, maybe I should have brought in my presentation as a threat to state capacity. There's nothing new they're going to bring on the table. There's a question or comment on transparency and accountability, which I agree, it is a function of legislature. Whether we do not see it happening or it's happening at a less, space. It is a function of legislature. It is not something I came up with in my presentation. Legislatures or parliamentarians must hold the executive accountable. And the fact that they are unable to hold each other accountable because of party loyalty, we have seen it happening. We have seen them appearing before the committees, and most of the time, the oversight role is left to be performed by the oppositions, and it is not supposed to be like that. We have seen how DA would howl and unveil and uncover and expose corruption that most of them would not bring out because they are seniors. We have seen the role of public protector bringing out misconduct, mismanagement of funds within the system. That role is a function of legislatures. Prof. Mkhize has also touched on oversight ineffectiveness. I think, Prof, it goes back to what I was saying. Now that it is widely acceptable and widely acknowledged that there is an effective part on the discharge of oversight. So my feeling or my personal view on GNU not going to bring anything new, because it is multi-party. Multi-party started in Parliament. Those committees are multi-party in nature. So there's nothing GNU is going to bring, and it poses a threat in my view, as I've said earlier. In fact, what is left now is to see a collapsed state, because all of those individuals that are in that formation, they're there for their individual interests, nothing much. And if they were not there for that individual interest, those individuals that form parliamentary committees would have been able to discharge the oversight role effectively, because it is their mandate. Thank you.
Okay, before we release you for lunch, we have the last set of questions to answer.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I noted here one question. I think it's from Prof. Mkhize. I think if you allow me, let me restate the question. Rather than say, is the NDP implementable, I would rather say, to what extent has it been implemented? And I just want to respond by a few examples, because since its adoption in 2012, there are various policies and institutional efforts which have reflected the goals, and implementation has taken place, but it's been uneven. For instance, we have in the economic development and infrastructure cluster, you have the strategic infrastructure projects, SIPS, which is coordinated under the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission, PICC. And the focus here is mainly on transport, your rail, roads, ports, water and energy. Also, you have Midube and Kusile power stations as part of that intervention. And all these are aligned with the NDP's objective to support inclusive growth and industrialization. And then you have the Industrial Policy Action Plan, IPAP. Here you have this supports reindustrialization and job creation in key sectors such as automobile, agro-processing, and mining. And this is linked to NDP's call for more diversified and export-oriented economy. In the education sector and skills development, you have the National Development Plan aligned curriculum, where there's an introduction of subjects like coding and robotics, as you know, as we move into the fourth industrial, as well as digitization in basic education. And the focus here is improving teacher development, school infrastructure, and learner performance. And this also is supplemented by the expanded TVT and universal access, where you have growth in technical and vocational education and training enrollments. You also have the NSFAS funding expansion to promote inclusive access to higher education. And here, there is that NDP's objective of access to quality education. In the health sector, you have the pilot, which is controversial, the NHI, which has been piloted in 11 districts, and you have the investment in clinic infrastructure, as well as staffing in health and information systems. But more crucially, which has been more successful, is the HIV and AIDS and TP response, which is a national strategic plan that reflects NDP goals for reducing disease burden and improving. Just the last one out. Within the space of public sector and governance, you also had the Back to the Basics program, which was, I think, 2014, that targeted municipal performance aligned to the NDP vision for capable and developmental local government. But within DPSA, we have the professionalization and ethics initiative that is targeted towards building an ethical and professional public service. Lastly, I can also mention the social protection and human development. That is where you have the expanded public works program, jobs created through labor-intensive community projects, and this contributes to NDP's employment targets and poverty reduction. All these are, debatable, the extent to which NDP has been implemented. One would say it's not that satisfactory, but to the extent that there have been attempts to create the institutional framework towards the implementation of the NDP, even on climate change, for instance, response. You have also renewable energy, integrated green economy principles. That's part of even the youth employment and entrepreneurship. So there are institutional frameworks, but obviously we are not achieving the goals, and 2030 is not far from here. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. It's now lunchtime. It's no longer an hour. It's 45 minutes. So you should be here at 3. Lunch has been cut by 15 minutes. Okay. It's at 2. Yeah. Yeah, you should be here at 2, please. Okay. Thank you. Apparently, it's an opportunity for a Photoshop. There's a photo opportunity. Where should they come from? Here. Please, can you all come for a photograph here? Yeah. Those who were presenting. That's good.
Because it's the same photo, so we should do something. Smile, we are good. We look good there. If we don't look good, we are going to be. Yeah, no, that's not very well. I'm going to make a pink one. I'm going to write a pink one for them.
We are told that before we have lunch, we should do a group photo. Can colleagues maybe come to photographer? Are we good? Can we do a group photo here or on stage? Okay. So colleagues, if you could pause what you're doing and quickly come for a group photo. Should you not do it on the stairs? Or should we do it on the stairs? Okay. Colleagues, if you could organize yourselves. We'll pick up our conversations after the group photo on the queues to grab some lunch. Everybody must be, all delegates must be in a group photo. Unless you're not a delegate, please. Yes. The photographer will organize us. If you could make our way to where the banners are. Prof. Ndlovu, you are needed here. Prof. Lebakeng, you are not. No, move. Don't call others. I'm calling them.
Can I stand on this thing?
Those who are advantaged with height can go to the back. Find a spot, Prof. If you could hurry, we are waiting for you. Photographer, do you need chairs or you are fine? The others who are sitting down, don't they want to be in the photo? So can we ask Prof. Paswana and the DG to maybe drop their food and come and join the photo? We insist. The program director is on his way. Can you also maybe just pick up speed and come and join the group photo? You can just drop the food on that table and join.
The next thing will run away.
Maybe let's do a fun one. Oh, it's maybe let's just do one more before you rush to lunch. One more. We're going to do serious ones and then a fun one before we go to grab food. One more, a fun one. They're too serious. Apam, let's say Apam. Apam. Thank you very much.
Why are you the conductor? You're not singing.
Let me respond by singing this. President now, right? But why do you remember that time of control? Rather than part of the reason for what you think. What else? Ethnicity. Religious. We know the issue of the mistake was important. Guys, and you are trying to do something. But what was the effort for now that can and you see when we talk of the tribe, because I said we have Botswana here. We have Botswana here. Can we allow Botswana to attack us? Botswana is not already acting South Africa. Northwest, yeah. Botswana is Botswana, yes, right? And then some of them share relatives. You know that so in the Christian, yes, and then the country is open your ears. They're fine, yeah. Yeah. And then you go to Mozambique. Exactly. You have Shanghainese. So then we were saying, for instance, if we follow your logic here, then we're going to pack South Africa. We're going to take all our people because they will say, I'm in Botswana, my relatives are there. I need to come back. No. The issue of resources, Chief, is that I know it. Yes.
It's fine.
Going to be moderated by Mr. David Letswalo, the Director for Academic Support, Student Affairs, Internationalization and Community Engagement at the Thabo Mbeki School at UNISA, and Professor Halima Kunete, the Chief Director, Provincial Capacity Building Strategy, KwaZulu-Natal, COGTA. And the two will be facilitating this session for Dr. Mary Mangai and Professor Baitendach. I think they will introduce more about the speakers and their topics, and we will have a panel discussion thereafter, and then we will have a session, a presentation by Professor David Millo, the Acting Director, Academic Programs at the TM School. And we will have a small tea break. Go and get ready for tonight, the gala dinner at the Southern Sun Hotel in Pretoria at 6 o'clock. I think we will relax and let our hairs down at 6 o'clock. We will meet down there in Arcadia. So that will mark the end of day one, and we will meet tomorrow at 8:30. So I'm going to hand over to David Letsoalo and Halima Kunete as they take on this session. Thank you. May we put a round of applause for the two facilitators.
State resilience to shocks and disasters, the role of higher education and NGOs in strengthening state institutions. It's possible to be state resilience, moving people from shocks to shacks, or from shacks to shacks in the case of disaster. It's possible, by the way. Just like others before me, I hereby state that I observe the protocol already established earlier this morning. I'm not alone. I'm with my sister here. At the appropriate time, I'll ask her to come and introduce herself properly. My name is David Letsoalo. As Professor Paulson has already indicated, I am privileged to be an employee of the University of South Africa, UNISA. This is the African university shaping futures in the service of humanity. I serve as the Director for Academic Support, Student Affairs, Internationalization and Community Engagement in the Thabo Mbeki School, African School of Public and International Affairs. There's always a repetition of African on this African month or Africa month. And I so wish in my imagination for this whole session to be in an African language. Just imagine us having this conversation throughout in an African language, say Kiswahili or something, and then we can say, this is the Africa we want. Having African solutions for African problems through African languages. This school, that is the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, offers, amongst others, masters in Public Policy and International Affairs and doctoral studies in Public Policy and International Affairs. Professor Millo will, after this particular session, talk more about the school. Let me thank the organizers from both DPSA and the Thabo Mbeki School of Public and International Affairs, including other partners such as the Stellenbosch University and the University of Pretoria as partners, for affording us the opportunity to moderate this fresh afternoon session under the sub-theme Mechanisms Adopted by Countries to Enhance Knowledge Management and a System for Early Detection and Warning during Shocks infectious diseases and disasters. What we're going to do is to have our panelists or our speakers coming in here. We'll give them around 20 or so minutes, and then my colleague will assist in the facilitation. Before I call on the first speaker, as I said, I would like to ask my sister to come and introduce herself so that you can see that we're not dealing with artificial intelligence here. She's not a robot.
Thank you so much, my co-facilitator. I think he was meaning catfishing, you know, the catfishing phenomena, where AI is now replacing people. But just on the aspect that has been presented upon us, I would be failing if I didn't observe all protocol that has been put forward in line with our procedure. Angithi ngiyanibingelela nonke ngoba sikwi Africa Month, ngakho ke asilithathe lelithuba ukuqhakambisa nesizwe sethu nama languages awu 11 kodwa siyele nganeno kuwamanye. I think our session is really going to unpack and examine institutional challenges, data gaps, financial, human capital shortages, and community engagements in line with the topic that we are presenting and how we can, of course, bridge the gaps. But mine is just to introduce myself. I'm Professor Halima Kunyute. I am from KZN COGTA, but I work largely at a national level because I often get poached. I say it's poaching because my skills go everywhere where government requires it to in terms of closing the gap. I'm really looking forward to this session because it will allow us to understand some of the interventions that at a ground root level we can implement as a country in order to ensure that we have shock absorbers, understanding some of the challenges that were raised earlier on, even by Dr. Suleiman. And I think when you are in the midst of those kind of key challenges, such as the floods, and feeling sometimes hopeless in terms of having to respond and assist the communities, you always feel it's better if you can perhaps present on resolves moving forward, as we would be docketing and getting from today's engagement some of the resolves that we can implement to ensure that we safeguard our communities and ensure that their well-being is looked after, including our infrastructure. Thank you so much, Co-Program Director. We can begin your session.
Thank you very much. Again, as I repeat, state resilient to shocks and disasters. The role of higher education and NGOs in strengthening state institutions. We are focusing on this particular sub-theme on mechanisms adopted by countries to enhance knowledge management and a system for early detection and warning during shocks, infectious diseases, and disasters. So this is a highly complex sub-theme, colleagues. All it needs is for us to align, if you can allow me, this, or to paraphrase, or to supplant, or even borrow, if not to align, with somebody that I would like to, refer to. Others may be aware of that name, or others may be not, and that is Stephen Krashen in his hypothesis of comprehensible input. According to this, the positional approach to a seminar or any educational encounter should be, in the end, the idea that participants or audiences or interlocutors in a situation or a learning or educational encounter should, at the end of the session or a seminar, have gained something So you can't come here and live as you came. There must be at least a little bit more that you would have gained in terms of knowledge. And that is the idea or the hypothesis of comprehensible input. So I'm sure that the presenters today will distill a lot of this overwhelming information around this main theme and sub-theme into comprehensible input within the framework of this assigned sub-theme, so that after this session we can say, yes, it was worthwhile. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the first presenter that I'm going to call up stage is Dr. Mary Mangai. She's the senior lecturer at the University of Pretoria. Let's put a round of applause for her. And I'm going to call the second presenter, whose name is Professor Charlotte Buitendag from the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. Can we put a round of applause? Let's put our hands together for I'm sure she's on the way, or maybe she's gone to the bathroom. But as soon as she comes, we'll make sure that you get indulged in her sense of comprehensible input in order to distill this whole thing. Professor Milo, I'm asked to check with you whether she's not online. Professor Buitendag. Thank you very much. There's no provision for online presentation. We hope Professor Buitendag will be here. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Mary Mangai from the University of Pretoria, who is a senior lecturer there, is going to help us distill this overwhelming information on state resilience to shocks and disasters in her own way, focusing on this particular theme. However, she's going to zoom into the notion of, or looking at the barriers and prospects to implementing resilience strategies in the sub-Saharan Africa. Barriers and prospects to implementing resilience strategies in the sub-Saharan Africa. That's very, very important. You can link this topic in various ways to various SDGs, Agenda 2063. I'm not so sure about the NDP, but we'll see when she comes here. My sister, the floor is yours. The podium is yours. The microphone is yours. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon to you all. I hope we're all fine, and I hope that now that this is maybe a one presentation, I should have prepared my learning outcomes and make it a lecture. But thank you to the moderators, and I'm just here to talk about the barriers and the prospect to implementing resilience strategies in sub-Saharan Africa. So I'm looking at, what the region has in hold. I've had speakers talk, the guest not speaker, they talked about almost the reality on ground, and it was so passionate, a message that he passed across to us. And I kept hearing people talk about the challenges that is related to resilience and what Africa can do. And I don't want to say they have said it all, but maybe when you hear health crisis, it's just could be a buzzword, even the resilience itself. But when you are told the reality, I think one of the things I want to do is to talk through the issues with facts, with statistics, and maybe that reality could come closer to us. Because when you say health crisis, when you say famine, when you say disaster, what exactly are we talking about? So I think the resilient, the word itself, could be lost somewhere in the policy cycle, could be a buzzword. But in sub-Saharan Africa, it's not just a term. It's actually a necessity. And I guess that's why this kind of meeting or seminar is very crucial and is very important. We are in a region where we are grappling with recurrent economic shocks. We're dealing with health crisis. We're dealing with climate disasters. We're dealing with political upheavals. And that constantly is testing our strength and our institutions. It's testing also what we are able to do. So the idea of resilience, I think for me, goes beyond, just bouncing back. Because maybe when you hear the word, you just think, okay, we're in a crisis, we got into COVID, and then suddenly we're out of it, and then is that the end? It's not just about bouncing out of COVID. I think we should, and that's why this conversation should be ongoing. It should be evolving, we should be adapting, and we should thrive even in the face of the upcoming adversities. Are we saying they would not come? I think they will. Maybe even something worse than COVID. But then how are we intending to thrive towards that? And how can we actually embed this quality into our state institutions that are in a fragmented state, underfunded, and with here facing political challenges, compromises, but also, the keynote speaker actually made me so that when we mention disasters in Africa, we should also mention the bureaucratic bottlenecks. I think it should be, when we're saying health crisis, we're saying shocks, famine, we shouldn't forget to mention that we are also sitting with a huge disaster in terms of how we do centralize things, and we also are holding back to the same thing that should actually give us some ways, some levers to actually progress. So I will talk about, the sub-Saharan context. What do we understand? What can we see? And then also the current barriers, but also emerging prospects and opportunities, and maybe the critical role of higher education and non-governmental organizations, and then some recommendations for how to strengthen our part in the continent. So some of the challenges that are specific or peculiar to our continent, which is familiar to all of us, we've had them a number of times by the speakers that came ahead of me: the climate variability and extreme weather conditions that we have to deal with, the economic volatility and commodity dependence that are peculiar to our continent, the political instability and governance challenges are also part of the challenges that is confronting us in sub-Saharan Africa, but also, of course, health pandemics and food insecurity. The resilient imperative for our region or the sub-Saharan African continent is indeed critical. It has transcended, decades. There's actually the substantial evidence, and that's like I mentioned in the introduction, that there's a need for us to know what exactly are we dealing with, why resilience in sub-Saharan Africa is urgent. All the disasters that we are experiencing has to do with a large percentage in the agricultural sector. 70% rely on climate sensitivity jobs like farming. We still have the drought or floods devastating our economy. And we are seeing climate disaster. Just the cost of climate disaster within the continent, it's about 2 to 4% of the GDP yearly. And there are funds that could actually, these are funds that could actually be channeled towards building schools, building healthcare centers. But at the same time, the reality is with us that we are a continent that is growing population. Our population growth rate is 2.7, where our resources are being strained by this population. And we're seeing that continuously. This is exposing us more and more to climate risks. So I think that if there is the G20, G8 meetings, we should also be having, this conversation always, especially because of the kind of threat that it brings to us as a continent. Over 40% of our sub-Saharan African countries have no early warning systems. So rather, 40% out of the 100%. So that means 60% do not have early warning systems. And over 60% are actually lack the comprehensive disaster risk management frameworks. We're having poor interagency coordination persisting in over 50% of the sub-Saharan African government. And these statistics are confronting us. They are ongoing. Over 60% of sub-Saharan African countries actually faces limited fiscal space for resilience investments. And our public debt is actually averaging 60% of the GDP in the region. So we're still also dealing with the ability to be flexible with policies, even in this regard. More than 70% of our national budget are being diverted to debt servicing, limiting funds for development actually, and maybe not even having what it takes to confront disasters when they come. We're also facing major technical and capacity gaps in our resilient building. We have fewer than 30% of our disaster management officials that are having the required training. And we are sitting in the region where outdated weather monitoring is entrenched. The communication is poor, which means that local farmer that should be aware of what should be done, whether he should plant that seed or not, is actually getting the information late or not even at all. We're also dealing, I touched on debt, but also funding. I think it's one of the stumbling blocks, because we know that resilience, to be resilient means also to actually have what it takes to solve that problem. Africa actually currently needs $7 to $15 billion every year just to keep up with the current climate adaptation needs. And that could actually jump to $35 billion by 2050. Yet we are receiving less than 3% of global climate finance. And on top of that, the cost of borrowing is painfully high for the continent. We've seen consistently that if our countries have to pay double or even triple the interest rate of wealthier countries. And this is making it actually very difficult for us to invest in long-term solutions. You know, all the issues we're talking about, we're still talking about short-term solutions. And then there is also the structure of our economy. Most countries still rely heavily on primary products. You know, I was in Belgium last week, and everyone that knew I was going to Belgium would say, buy chocolate for me. But Belgium doesn't have the cocoa that makes the chocolate. It's in Ghana, it's somewhere in Africa. Right, so we're dealing with this, and that leaves us wide open to global prices swinging and limiting our flexibility, because the export of cocoa is just a penny that we get from that. But buying chocolate, you know, I saw one for €8. I had to calculate it to rand and see how many I can buy. So there leaves us with a wide gap. And while formal sector struggles, the informal sector, where many people are actually working within this continent, actually are left without any conversation regarding, the issues that pertains to even export or import. And yet it is in this informal space that communities have been building their kind of resilience for generations, using local knowledge, indigenous knowledge, mutual support systems. But unfortunately, these grassroots efforts are often overlooked, and formal funding mechanisms are the ones we are looking at. And maybe for next year, if we're adding higher institutions, civil society organization, we should add the third component, which is the people. What do we know? What are they telling us on how they are surviving? Can we bring them also here to tell us, that farmer, what he knows and how he is thriving and surviving? So there's also the human element to consider. Community participation in resilience planning is still pretty limited. And in some places, people don't even know these plans exist, and let alone even seeing them come to their table. And I think to add to that, the reality of gender inequality, I said 70% earlier. I mentioned that 70% of our jobs come from the agricultural sector, and women in particular are more involved in this profession. And yet, they have little to no say in decision making. And in fragile contexts, weak social cohesion actually can make collective action even harder. And culturally, there's also the tension between our traditional knowledge and our external interventions. Many communities have their own tried and true ways of managing risks. And how much of this are we aware of? I met a PhD candidate from Uganda in Belgium, and she was telling me about her research, how the findings shows that traditional bed attendants get referral from healthcare workers, even though it's against the government policies. But these professionals think that the traditional bed attendants have something to offer and that they can do even the job better. And that tells us the place of indigenous knowledge. When outside solutions don't align with local values, people resist. And who can blame them? Who can even blame those professionals, those healthcare professionals? Because without real efforts to integrate indigenous knowledge into modern systems, we miss out on solutions that are not only effective, but also sustainable. And now coming to the prospects, because I'm not just here to tell you about the problems or the statistics, but what are we doing? I think both continent and national efforts are helping. And if you hear the keynote speaker, he gave us some hope on where we are headed, or where South Africa is headed. We know that there is, at the continental level, the AU Agenda 2063 sets long-term goals for resilience. 2063, I guess it's fast coming. While programs like BIDA support infrastructural development and continental early warning systems actually helps track response to risks. But then nationally, several countries, within the region are actually making efforts, leading in some way in innovative strategies. Kenya has a strong drought management because of its experience. Ghana is promoting climate actions across sectors. And Rwanda's health insurance model has been adopted by other countries. Ethiopia runs a major safety net program to support vulnerable population. So we're seeing some digital innovations, we're seeing some green technologies, we're seeing the ability in some places for farmers to actually get SMS on weather alerts on their phones. And we're also seeing some efforts around satellite crop monitoring and even water harvesting systems, renewable microgrids. I think we cannot talk about resilience without actually talking about, the fact that the continent actually needs the needed resources, like I mentioned earlier. So new ways of funding are emerging. Traditionally, government and donors have taken the lead, but now more private sector. We just had the keynote speaker as a civil society organization making tremendous efforts towards climate and disaster risk reduction. So we need this type of solutions: insurance, green bonds, public-private partnerships. We need blended finance. We don't just need monies from donors, but we need resources that can even come from our continent. And to make this work, we need transparency, we need clear regulations within the region. We also need trust to put to public and private sector. I just want to touch on higher education because the team actually had a focus on higher education. Our higher education actually is playing a huge role, but we need the curriculum that actually would speak to the needs in the continent. We need to start thinking interdisciplinary research where we can have policy and environment studies, interdisciplinary resilience. I think the Makerere University in Uganda is making effort to have an interdisciplinary resilience studies. Those are the type of curriculum changes that we need, because the higher institutions brings knowledge. The government must bring management, leadership, policies. And the non-governmental organization should also be able to now bring on-the-ground experience, flexibility, innovation. Community engagement is very critical. That's part of almost what I do as a researcher, to involve communities to make sure there's co-production in any given sector or any service delivery area where everyone is involved and is brought into the picture. So human resource development is critical. Institutional capacity is very important. But let's not forget that partnership imperative is very critical as well. I like to end saying that we should think short-term solutions and long-term solutions as well. So we should think about, or the region should think about, establishing resilient coordination mechanism, which would be in the short run, developing national resilience strategies and strengthening early warning systems and building core technical capacities, but also can we be able to mainstream resilience across sectors and achieve regional integration of resilient systems. And very key is to develop indigenous resilient knowledge systems and building capacity for our governance. Thank you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's established that we don't have the second speaker. So I'm going to take this opportunity to ask my co-moderator to take us through the discussion session. Thank you.
Thank you, co-moderator. I think from the discussions that we've been having up to now, I want to perhaps bring on forth one of our leaders in Africa who is currently going viral in every way possible. And I think we are all applauding from where we are sitting. And this conversation does not bring about into context, no better, just in terms of his leadership. And this is President Ibrahim Traoré of Burkina Faso. And I think he's advocating for African self-determination is but what has been said by speakers from this very morning. And I think Dr. Mangai, thank you so much. Your presentation even further put the nail on the coffin just in terms of our perspective as a country and in Africa in terms of how best we as the sub-Saharan Africa as a region can position ourselves to find the solutions and intervention within our space. It's solutions by us, for us. And I think I'll just sum up some key points before getting into the conversation, which is what is most crucial here with yourselves. Just about the various evolvement of Africa as a continent, and what important questions and solutions we should then bring on the forth. And the component of bureaucracy, I think I want to append on bureaucracy coming from the perspective of how we work as a country. And sometimes, as the guest speaker this morning presented, that we have to be bold enough to actually go against the bureaucratic nature of how we function within the space of the government echelons, and in trying to advance the forward thinking that we want to be seen as. In terms of the risks in mitigating them, safety imperatives, because I feel a net is what was referred to, but a net within the imperatives. The weaknesses that we are having in terms of the various components and the barriers, limited governance capacity. And in this regard, as you would all know, we have the professionalization of the public service that has been a key policy in terms of closing this gap. DPSA is leading on this, and I think from that perspective, we are already seeing some shifting of ground in the system of government, because the imperatives are there. And I just want to point out that in some instances, you found it quite odd that you would have someone leading a strategic department who didn't quite have the qualifications. And here again, because it all has a ripple effect in terms of where we are as a region. The assessments of the skills is also a key component to be able to then understand the gap in order to close it. And these are seen in some of the resolves. Resource and financial economy. What are the long-term solutions? We've seen when the taps were closed by America in terms of what we have been doing as a country to assist us in some of our interventions of curbing key challenges. We were all found wanting. Another important partner here in the space that is coming afore with this administration is the traditional governance system and the traditional leaders in this regard. And it's amazing how impactful this particular stakeholder can be in understanding our, we'll say, modern day challenges, but they are able to present to us results that are quick wins. I call them quick wins because they are implementable, because they are indigenous. And in this regard, we do not have to dispatch exorbitant resources when we are taking these into the work that we do. I think the African inventions in terms of the UNEP 24 climate finance mechanisms are the key components that we are working with in terms of finding the solutions. Higher education, I couldn't have said it better in terms of the curriculum change. I'll tell you this because as we do the work within the various spaces, we are finding that we need to ask the question, is curriculum fit for purpose? There needs to be alignment. The spaces we are working in is agile and forever evolving. What was relevant yesterday, I was in my discussion with someone, I seem to say when in practicality may not be what we need to have as interventions moving forward. Again, agility from a futuristic perspective. Can we now allow you to engage with the presentation as it was tabled to us to further understand some of the areas that you might want to explore further and provide further dispatchments towards how we can reinforce in this regard and provide learning content as part of this particular important research platform. May I then invite you to please table your inputs, comments, questions, clarity-seeking questions to our presenter. And I'm sure that my co-presenter and myself will also be able to field some of the input from yourself overall as part of, as having prepared for this particular session. I'm interested to see who's going to go first. There might be something interesting for you. Oh, here I have one hand there. Allow me to take hands and then we'll have another round. I have the second hand there. I'll take 4 hands at first. I could see that you wanted to ask a question, so I'm right with you. You see, I'm preempting even your reaction. Okay, let's take those 3 for now and then come back for another round. Over to yourself, Doc, there at the back.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, Dr. Mugai, for that insight. And I'm interested in the question of the issue raised very sharply, the debt burden, which is a disaster itself around Africa. hanging like the sword of the Damocles on the necks of African governments. Would you share, of course you did mention in passing, would you share how these sub-Saharan countries can sustainably finance resilience building efforts amid these competing developmental priorities, which we have unemployment and developing economic development, infrastructure deficit and all that. Then the second one would be to what extent are resilience strategies aligned with the local realities? Because most of the time, some of them are undertaken by donors and people who may not clearly define the local context. So, like community needs, indigenous knowledge system and all that. And I know you're very passionate about the topic of indigenous knowledge, which on which you have published quite extensively. So you may share with us on those two. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. Over to yourself. If you could share the mic to that corner. I nearly said, let's sing a song whilst we're getting the mic on the other side. Not yet.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mangai, for the insightful presentation and also for painting to us the necessity of resilience. I just perhaps would like to, I would just like to find out if you could perhaps share with us how the indigenous knowledge system combined with artificial intelligence can really be seen as a catalyst to addressing this problem, specifically with regards to the fact that almost 60% of our governments don't actually have these systems in place. How do you paint, or how do you see the artificial intelligence combined with indigenous knowledge system really playing a part? But above all, can you perhaps paint a picture of, in your research experience, the PPP's role in this private-public partnerships? Have they got any role to play? And if they do, is the role really not going to end up as an academic, debate like we have now? And is there any example that you could perhaps draw in the SADC country? Is there perhaps because in your presentation you referred more to Rwanda, Uganda. Is there any SADC example that could be at play here that perhaps is setting an example in terms of this resilience and its necessity and the role of PPPs in this regard? Thank you.
Before you give away the mic, you omitted to introduce yourself. I think others would like to know who you are.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. I was waiting for the song first because you had indicated that the delegates should sing. My name is Manasseh Chiguwo, and I'm with the Department for Public Service and Administration.
Thank you, sir. Please, may I have the mic?
Where, ma'am?
Oh, centrally. The gentleman there.
No, thanks, co-chair. Mine is very short. It's just with regards to some in the presentation. I think you're referring to early warning systems, but importantly, the lack or the challenges to that. But in your intermediate priorities, you're more on to strengthening early warning systems. I thought at least we'll also talk about development and strengthening of early warning systems. I'm just trying to check maybe why is there a focus more on the strengthening instead of also development. And then the other issue on traditional governance systems versus formal institutional frameworks. I'm just trying to check in terms of that. does that not present a nice opportunity on the subject on indigenous knowledge, pursuing and improving on that? Because I mean, 60% of the population, you talk about rural. So I'm just trying to check, you know, the decolonization issue on that, but I'm told you've got an appetite for indigenous knowledge. Check.
If we can know who you are. Networking opportunity, guys.
Apologies, Uhentle Modise once more from DPS. Hallelujah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. May we have then Doc giving feedback? Maybe some of you will get other questions from what she'll be presenting.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for all the questions. They are very important questions, I must say. So, Doc, you first asked the question, and you asked the question around financing, right? And I just want to see how I can combine the question around financing, but PPP is also related in some way to the issue of financing, because when public-private partnerships come together, it should be in a bid to actually strengthen the efforts so far. So there are actually key challenges in financing resilience, and I know that despite the vulnerability in the region, we've seen that the complexity in the processes. When we think about financing, we're not only talking about money, we're talking about resources that is encompassing, because you would need the technical expertise, you would need the infrastructures, you would need the resources, you would need to also provide immediate support for the victims of such disasters. So there is the Green Climate Funds, but in most instances, rather than investing or even making it a budget priority, financing for disasters is always done at a quick, immediate solution provision. So, and maybe example is that we had monies in billions coming to us, or even budgeted for COVID. But is that the end of that budgeting? Is that the end of that financing? Or are we being deliberate on the continent to say that regardless, we are putting this as a priority, we are putting this as a percentage of our spendings yearly, and that in the event of in the process, or in an occasion for any eventuality, we are able to quickly solve that problem. And I think for me, financing is encompassing. So how much are we actually investing even in the knowledge? A saying says that if you want to to secure the future, you start from the classroom. So I don't want to approach finance as a term and that it's just the matter of money. But I think that it's beyond that. And maybe what the region should do is to even have a regional fund for disaster management. And the PPP should also be a regional project. It shouldn't just be at the national level or at the country level, but it should be at the regional level. So the adaptation fund would actually demand a lot from this regional government, but I think the gap that is created gives then an ironic twist. Those who need the money the most would actually, even in some instances, even get the least. So many local government and community-based organizations actually find themselves locked out of that funding streams. How does it even trickle down to that local community that is actually in their need of it? So I think that there would be a strong need for domestic financing options. I mentioned already our national budget. I mentioned public investment. How are we doing in terms of, getting the attentions of our philanthropists to say, we need you to make this contribution, not when there's flooding, but even during good times. Mobilizing local government revenues should be critical, but you already mentioned the role of the public-private partnerships, which is actually an avenue where government can actually team up with private sector to unlock the investments in critical infrastructure, like having the necessary renewable energy, having sustainable housing, and just thinking alternative solutions. So yes, we know that we are fine with ESCOM, but what would be wrong in actually having a private public-private partnership that would look at other alternative source of energy or source of electricity? We don't have to wait until it's dark and then we think those solutions. And I think there's a question around the use of AI in enhancing resilience. I think, Doc, you gave quite some examples from other countries in the morning. Digital platform for community engagement is actually very critical beyond actually the prediction and optimization. I think technology is also very revolutionary on how communities can actually engage in and be provided with funds that would help in the resilience effort. Crowdfunding platforms we see that are helpful for our communities. So when you raise funds, I think that technology can enable that. And we are seeing that it's possible to digitalize even our stories, what is happening in the community, and that can be possible through the various intelligence that is available. So I agree that I am passionate about indigenous knowledge because I think that we are giving away something, or we are keeping away something that is very valuable to us, and yet we can actually see AI coming or bringing that cross-cutting edge capacity that indigenous knowledge are often are time-tested wisdom. So resilience isn't really new to us, but communities have been practicing different models of way back. So from even traditional weather forecasting and natural resources management, how can we then bring that which is entrenched in us, with us, deeply rooted in our observations and experience? How can we bring that environmental harmony? I think it's possible if we are able to use those farmers in East Africa to intercropping. Technology can help actually in intercropping. If that crop is being destroyed by that wood, I think that intercropping can help rotations to maintain fertilizers and prevent pests can actually be done using AI now. So I think that we don't have to keep away that which we know and to take on that which we are not familiar with. We are told what to do with it. So in terms of AI, I think it's really timely. You can see how it's important in virtually every aspect. So we're not running away or shying away with AI. I usually tell my students that you need AI and HI to actually make the best of your life. AI is artificial intelligence and HI is human intelligence. You can't, if you want to go further, be very productive, you need to combine your HI with AI. And if you want to go on the same slow pace, then you can have your HI, but the AI is here to stay, I think. And what we do with it actually can enhance what we want to achieve. Thank you.
This round of applause, graveyard shift round of applause. No, thank you so much, Doc. We have an opportunity for further questions. I'm told we have 20 more minutes for this session. Remember, we didn't have the second speaker. So may I see the appetite to more questions around this topic, which is so topical? Just talking about AI, I was sitting in one of the EXCO meetings, I won't say for which component of my different hats. And the EXCO decision was that every person who's presenting at EXCO will have to flight their own presentation. And one of the senior people, when their time came to present, they said, program director, hey, mina ngakakwazi. Can I get the secretariat to flight for me? I'm still not yet there. And I was like, yeah, you know, we need this intelligence of having to understand how to use AI because, I mean, we went to COVID and we were virtually presenting, and it's 3 years after the fact, and you are leading as a senior manager and you are unable to flight, to share and flight, and you are actually presenting that you have this disability. I'll call it a disability. I think as a chairperson, you know, sometimes you have veto. I'm just going to go through this entire room. I have carte blanche. Just for someone at that table to just tell me what's their takeaway. Where's the mic? Where's the mic? And be ready because in Zokomba when Impelo Onga, the one who's not looking at me, I'm going to point at them. But I think given the time factor and the sense that I can see everyone was starting to get nervous. I just wanted you to get nervous a bit. But let us move right along. Given that we have no other questions, I suppose that our session was indeed insightful and we have a number of takeaways in terms of building resilience proactively, given the fact that resilient demands cohesive governments, integrating technology, learning from experiences in terms of the region, around having to avoid further pitfalls. Engagement of all stakeholders is but a key element. And then the important question is us having to do that. How do we then move forward as it was pronounced? So thank you so much for allowing us to chair or rather preside over the session as your moderators. May you give us a round of applause. I think we did a good enough job. I will hand over to Prof to continue with the program. Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you very much. Another warm round of applause for our moderators as well as Dr. Mary for saving this session. Dr. Mary Mangai, you saved this session with a powerful presentation and which was well packed, and you had all the time because the other presenter did not show up. And Professor Melo, I hear the other presenter you were supposed to present for her. So, you have your own presentation, Prof. Thank you, colleagues. It looks like we will have enough time to go and prepare ourselves for the gala dinner. So at this point in time, we just have, it's almost 3:15. I'm sure we will be done by 3:30, right, Prof? Or how long is your presentation? 30 minutes. Okay, it's 30 minutes, so I'm sure by 3:45 we'll be done, but we'll still have enough time. Professor David Miller, Acting Director, Academic Programs, the TM School will be coming over to make a small presentation, and we will have a tea break as we leave the venue. Prof. Miller, do you mind if I allow colleagues to get the tea? Yeah. Okay, you think so? It won't be. Are they ready, Tepo? With tea? There's no tea break. Okay, but here there is, and the cups are there. It's for tomorrow morning. I think they are charging us for some tea that is disappearing. This is fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I will check. Prof. Milo, come over. I know there was a tea break.
Good afternoon. The previous speakers and moderators said that their session was actually a graveyard session. So I wonder, what do we call my session? What do you call a session after a graveyard session? I'm trying to connect. Okay, my name is David, the surname is Mello. I am the acting director, responsible for academic programs. I actually wanted to share what I have on my screen with you, but it looks like this machine. Okay. This machine is not behaving. Let's see. Is it still connected? All right. In fact, I'm going to share with you information about the school and what we offer as well. Here at UNISA, we always say that somebody who had not studied at UNISA has got a deficiency. Now, that means that if you have not studied at UNISA, you still have an opportunity to correct that deficiency. And I am going to take you through the process of how do you deal with that deficiency. Now, UNISA, as many of you may know, is actually the oldest university in South Africa and Africa. It's the grandmother of all universities. But this grandmother of all universities gave birth to the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. Now, actually, I'm sharing with you this very interesting picture. If you are driving from Johannesburg, you're coming to Pretoria, and you owe us an assignment. As you drive down, I'm sure you're going to see this building, and your conscience is going to start talking to you. Please submit that assignment as soon as possible. Mello is waiting for it. Now, our school was actually established in the year 2009, initially as what was known as Timali, the Thabo Mbeki Leadership Institute. Now, subsequently, in the year 2020, we had the merger of the Thabo Mbeki Leadership Institute with other institutes to create what we have currently as the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. Now, this school was established to be a postgraduate school that focuses on postgraduate qualifications as well as the short learning programs. And I'm going to take you through, after a brief introduction, I'll take you through some of the programs that we are offering. Now, as part of our vision, we say we want to create an African, global, and futuristic school of public and international affairs. Now, we are by nature a transdisciplinary school, meaning that we do not focus on one area of specialization. But you'll see as I present the nature or the transdisciplinary nature of the TM school, because we fondly call our school the TM school. Now, in terms of the mission, we want to become a beacon of excellence in balancing theory and practice in knowledge production, utilizing transdisciplinary approaches. We also want to develop and educate leaders that solve complex problems in Africa and beyond. And that is why we are calling all of you You know, in some of my classes, I've had people who have doctorate, people who are lawyers, people who are parliamentarians. So it is never too late to say that I'm going to join the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. Now, in terms of our school, we have 3 core divisions. But before I even talk about the 3 core divisions, the person who introduced myself is the dean of the school. Prof, in case they didn't see you very well, I would ask that you stand. Thank you. You see the power of the mic. You tell your boys to stand, she stands. But in the office, hey, it's not going to happen. All right. Then the one director, acting director is myself. I'm responsible for academic programs. And then we have the director for research and innovation hub. It is Professor Sifiso Ndlovu. He's sitting somewhere there on my left. He is our champion for research and innovation. And I can just whisper in your ears that he's actually looking, and he's also employing postdoctoral fellows. So if you have a PhD that has just been completed, which is still fresh, and you are unemployed, talk to him right now. He'll give you a position with a stipend. Right now, talk to him. The school is also looking to appoint distinguished scholars, people from other African countries. If you have a distinguished scholar, somebody who has got a very extensive publication track record in gender studies, in the 4th Industrial Revolution, in marine studies, or what we call the blue economy. If you are that person, or you know that particular person, talk to me, talk to Prof. Ndlovu, talk to the dean. We have vacancies for those people. And then we have the 3rd directorate, which is the Directorate for Academic Support, Community Engagement, and Internationalization. So the director is David Ltswalo. He's sitting right at the back there. We would like to see you again. We know you are here on the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, in terms of the departments and focus areas, I spoke about the transdisciplinarity in terms of our school. We have 9 focus areas or departments. The first focus area is called citizenship studies. The second one is public leadership studies. And then we have the peace and conflict studies. And then we have the study of government affairs. It's also headed by myself. And then we have the urban and rural affairs as a focus area. And then we have the simulation as well as futuristic studies. The security and intelligence studies is actually headed by Professor Bakeng. He's sitting right here. Prof, I'm sure there won't be harm for you to stand so that they can see you. He just did a presentation about issues of intelligence. And then we have a focus area on sustainable livelihoods and resource management. And the last one is the focus area on international and diplomacy studies. Now, these focus areas or departments are responsible for a bouquet of short learning programs. Now, we have 2 clusters of short learning programs. The one that you see on your left, if your left is really my left, are short learning programs that are said to be at level 6. Now, those short learning programs at level 6, they only require a matric for you to access them. So, and we are actually saying to you, you can register anytime before the 1st of July for the 2nd semester, and you can do any of these short learning programs. And we have the short learning program in thought leadership for Africa's renewal. And in fact, this one is actually our pride in terms of what we're offering. Africa and international trade, policy making and analysis, that would be much more appropriate for people in government. African political economy, good governance in Africa. We cover this problem of corruption as well. African feminist and gender studies, management of democratic elections in Africa. This last one is actually a short learning program that we're taking across Africa. Recently, in the month of March, we were presenting the management of democratic elections in Africa in Botswana. And next week on Monday, we'll be talking to SADC about the possibility of rolling it out in all SADC countries. So we take it to specific countries. Now, what you see on the right might also be a duplication of some of the short learning programs that we have seen on the left. But these are short learning programs that are at level 8. And you would require to have at least a B degree in order to access them. They are also available. They are they're at an advanced level. They are available as well for the 2nd semester. I will not go through the list of what we offer in there because some of them are more of a duplication. Now, as I try to wrap up, I'll go to the new formal programs. These are actually our newly found pride. To have a qualification accredited, you will have to follow certain steps. So we started by going to the Department of Education. They gave us approval. We went to the Council for Higher Education. They gave us accreditation. And for the first one, which is the Doctor of Philosophy in Public Policy and International Affairs, as well as the Master of Arts in Public Policy and International Affairs, both of them have gone through the approval by the Department of Higher Education and Training, and they've also been accredited by the Council for Higher Education. Now, what we are waiting for is just for SAQA to give us a registration number. As soon as we have a registration number, we can start officially enrolling students. Now, what we are doing currently, and if you are interested, you should also follow the steps that are being followed by others. We are currently working on a database of students who are interested in joining us to either study for a master's or rather a PhD. Now, what you need in order to join our master's as well as a PhD is just a mere 60% average at your honors level and at your master's level. This is the requirement that we have in order to enter into the master's as well as the PhD that we are offering. Now, we didn't end there because we want to contribute to educating the nation. Because when you look at the National Development Plan, which was mentioned a while ago, it is actually saying that we need to have more doctors in South Africa. Because if you compare us to other countries, the ratio of doctors per population in South Africa is quite low. And we need to do better. And that is why it is important that you join us. Now, we are working on the Master of Arts in Public Policy and International Affairs. This is going to be a coursework because, you know, we are not the same, we are different. There are those people who say, if I register a research master's and there's not going to be somebody who's going to say, come to class, this is the due date of the assignment and other things, I may not be even finished. So maybe let me go for a master's by coursework, because I'll have a number of lecturers telling me what to do, when to do it. And we are currently working on the coursework masters. We anticipate that by 2027, after having followed all the steps and developing high quality study guides and manuals, we should be ready for intake. We should be ready with this masters in the year 2027. And therefore we invite you all, irrespective of the qualification that you have. You might be working in government, you want to upskill, we have the short learning programs. You have an honors, you have a master's, you want to go further, we have the qualification for you. Now, thank you so much. If you are interested, you can write to us, you can go onto our website, communicate with us, and then we'll let you know what are the steps that you need to follow. I can, moderator, I believe I can take questions if there are any. In fact, I should. Because people might be eager to join us, and perhaps in my presentation I might have left certain things out. And if there are questions, please ask them. If you don't ask them now, during the gala dinner, as we are enjoying the festivities, you can still come to me and say, by the way, what did you say? What is that percentage? How do I apply? And then I'll be able to explain to you. Let me check. All right. There's a question there. Prospective student. Thank you very much.
Prof. Yes, the eagerness is there. As you've mentioned, my name is Marotoa Rampeli from the DPSA. I'm also a former student of the Thabo Mbeki Leadership Institute. I've done the level 8 and completed. But now the frustration is I need to register the new program. And I've already have discussed with some of you in the leadership. Now, number one is I need to check the 60% from the honors and the masters. If now I have to register a PhD, does it have to be from a specific institution or from yourselves?
All right. Okay. Thank you.
And number two also, the student number that has been obtained from the level 8, they said it's not a formal program. Therefore, if I attempt to register for the new program for the PhD, it says that I must obtain a new student number. So that is quite a bit of a frustration as well. But then I hope you'll be able to assist with that one as well.
All right. Thank you very much. You're one of us. And I'm glad that you still want to come back to us. It is true that the short learning program are different from the the formal programs. If you have studied an undergraduate degree at UNISA, that student number you can use when applying for a master's or a PhD. But if you have done the short learning program, yes, you must obtain a another student number. In terms of the question whether the qualification, the 60% and the qualification must have been from UNISA, no. You may have studied your honors. I'm not going to advertise any university. From that university by the river. But that university by the river is a recognized university. And the qualification that you have obtained, we always say that it is a cognate qualification. Now remember, we have 9 focus areas. If you have, for instance, a qualification in public administration, you would then be able to join, in terms of the cognate qualification, you would also be able to join the study of government as a focus area or department and study for a master's or a PhD. The same applies to a student who has done international relations at a university on the other mountain. That particular person has got, if he or she has got 60%, would also be able to access our qualification. So we're not saying, no, it's only UNISA student. No, we look broader than UNISA in terms of our student admissions. Thank you. Was it the only? Okay, I know more are still coming in the evening. Thank you very much. Sure. Professor Swana, I think I will hand over to you so that you can wrap up. You and Dr. Sokela.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Milo, for your presentation and of the day. I can see that we still have appetite for another presentation. You know, people look so relaxed, like they would want to listen to another presentation. But this day has come to an end. And your participation in this event or in these presentations today was quite good. And we also have managed to keep everyone in the room up to this time, up to 4 o'clock. I mean, it's getting to 4 o'clock. So this is good. It looks like even tomorrow we will have more participation. And I'm hoping to meet you at the gala dinner at the Southern Sun. Please don't get lost. I'm hoping that our visitors from outside have transport, Professor Dr. Sokela. I think our visitors will have transport from here to the Southern Sun. We are meeting there at 6 o'clock. Please, let's be there on time so that we can also start on time for the gala dinner. But without much further ado, this session will be closing. I think Dr. Sokela wants to say something. Please come. I think you'll just finish and close the session for us. Thank you. Doc, thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Colleagues, let's give everybody a round of applause. Thank you for your attention. We have come to the end of this session now. What's going to happen is that we're going to transition to Southern Sun. Those that have got issues, especially our African delegates with transport, they can just remain behind. We'll have a plan for them, but our domestic colleagues will find their way to Southern Sun. In Arcadia, in Arcadia, we're starting at 6, and I'm looking forward to meeting you there. Then tomorrow morning we're starting at 8:30. We're starting with the ambassador from China or his representative just before the session, so that if you can just come a bit earlier, so that we can accommodate the ambassador from the People's Republic of China. Without further ado, let's clap for ourselves for our attention. So from here now, I'll see you at Southern Sun. Thank you very much.